Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? Nice to see you all in the chat. Everyone's posting PogChamp already. Alright, Gootecks is just setting up right now. So nice to see everyone. Haven't streamed for a few days. Been kind of busy. Got to work at the Pokemon European Championships this past weekend, which was really, really nice. That was an experience. Didn't realize that 10-year-old kids are winning like £25,000 for coming first place. That shit's insane. But that was cool. So yeah, we're gonna have the man, the myth, the legend, none other than Gootecks himself here in a moment. He's just setting up his camera. Now, as always, guys, if you want to talk to Gootecks at some point during the discussion, I will let you call in and you can ask him any questions you want. Of course, always be respectful to the guests. Don't mind if you have pushback for them, but you know, don't be silly. And yeah, it should be a good stream. There's a lot of things I want to ask him, and I think there's questions I have for him that probably know the answer to, but I know there's like a lot of younger people that are watching that might not know who Gootecks is, even though I think everybody knows who Gootecks is. Is this talk on Street Fighters? This talk's gonna just go wherever it goes. I've got some questions laid out, some things that I want to ask him. But it'll go wherever it goes, you know, we'll see. As always, guys, if you send in super chats and I don't read them immediately, it's just because I don't want to interrupt Gootecks. It's not that I'm not paying attention to the chat. I can see everything being said, so don't worry. But I am on StreamYard, so I can't pin comments in case anyone asks. But if it's a question for Gootecks, I will try and get it read out whilst he's in the middle of a discussion, just so it doesn't get lost in the shuffle. No way is a 10-year-old disciplined enough. But some of the things that I saw at that Pokemon event was quite funny. Hey Mike, quick question: do you think the gaming industry will fall? No, the gaming industry won't fall. It'll take a nosedive for sure, but it won't fall. It's too big, way too big. It will take a nosedive. I think it will take a nosedive, but it won't completely, you know, just cease to exist. I don't think that will happen. Then AAA games might like slow down. I can see that happening, especially the way they've been going lately. But I don't think indie games will ever go away, and indie games have been doing really, really well lately. Oh boy, and then tomorrow we'll have Tom Brady and who was it again? Shit, I forgot. Anyway, we'll get to that in a little bit. Alright, so Gootecks is backstage. I'm going to bring him in now. Remember, guys, if you have questions, we'll get there eventually, okay? Hey, bro.
Hey, ding dong. Am I?
Can you hear me?
Hold on. Yeah, I can hear. Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry.
Oh, awesome. Hey, dude, nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Sorry, it froze for a second.
That's all good, man. You all good to go, or do you need a few more minutes?
No, I'm good.
Okay, awesome. Well, it's great to have you here, man. Like so many people have been asking for you to come on, and I think there's a lot of new people in my community to the FGC that wanted to get to know who you were a little bit. So obviously, everyone probably already knows who you are. So just for the sake of the stream, could you just tell people who you are and a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, my name is Gootecks. I've been in fighting games for like 20 years. I've competed in Third Strike, 4, 5, and 6 all around the world. I've been producing fighting game content for like 20 years. Everything from YouTube, everything from YouTube videos to podcasts to live streams to ebooks, audiobooks, articles. I feel like I've basically done it all in fighting games, with the exception of like getting like top 8 at Evo.
Yeah. So I subscribed to your channel. I think it must have been like 14 years ago or something, like maybe 12,
Yeah.
13 years ago. It was a long, long time ago. And I remember when you uploaded the first Excellent Adventures. Was that something that you and Mike planned out? Or was it just something that happened by accident?
Sometimes in life, we do things and we plan everything out perfectly, and and then we execute. And other times, um, things just come together and they happen. Um, and those are the things that end up being most successful. And yeah, Excellent Adventures was the latter. At the time, Mike and I were doing the original cross counter YouTube show on for Machinima, which was Machinima was like one of the first uh, YouTube MCNs, which is a multi-channel network, which I don't even really think exists anymore. But it was basically one of the first networks to be able to like monetize gaming content, and so I mean, that's a whole other story, but yeah, we were producing a show for them called Cross Counter, and then on the way home afterwards, we would stop at my place. Um, we would stop at my place so that Mike didn't have to like sit in an hour of traffic to go home. And then while we were there, like one day, I just had the idea, like, oh, just maybe we should just record some gameplay and then upload it, which seems, I don't know, it probably seems obvious now, but it wasn't obvious back then because
Mm.
it was the technical barrier was much higher, and not as many people were doing it. And then yeah, we uploaded that first set of videos, and it was like instant, like I don't know, 10-20K views, which even now seems, yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot. Um, but at the time, nobody was doing it,
Yeah,
and
I had never seen anything like that before.
yeah, I mean, it would have happened eventually. It's just that like the space was a lot less crowded before, and also, we had, it didn't take long, but um, it we brought on a mutual friend, Steve, and basically between the three of us, we had the technical um, backgrounds to put something like that together, because at the time nobody, like Steve went to film school, Mike went to film school, like those guys had that vision. I was like well versed in doing audio stuff. um so together with our powers combined, we were able to make magic happen.
Yeah, honestly, like I remember because me and my boys were always into fighting games, but we never saw anything like that, and we used to get together and watch Excellent Adventures.
Oh wow.
And myself personally, like I'm quite a monotone person. It's kind of hard to get me to laugh at something, even like when I go to watch comedies. And we used to sit there like belly laughing at you and Mike, and we saw you guys as like, at least me and my friends, we saw you as like the two faces of the FGC for a long time. And
Thank you.
was that something that like was extended in America? Did people see you guys in that way as well? Because I know over here in the UK, the circle that I ran in, that's the way we saw it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, for a bit probably. I mean, whenever we would travel, whether it was to Evo or a regional tournament somewhere. I mean, even if it was, whether it was international or whether it was here in the States. Yeah, I mean, you know, like we're pretty good players, but we're not like the greatest players to ever play the game or anything. But people would always come up and ask for photos, and want to chop it up for a little bit. And yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I think that's pretty accurate to say, because we were doing it for a long time. We traveled everywhere. It wasn't it wasn't one of the, and then like I guess eventually we started to get like bigger, like real, like big esports gigs and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, I think all of it together, yeah, added up to, yeah, being the faces of of fighting games for a small period of time.
I went back on Cross Counter to like watch some videos the other day after we spoke, and I noticed that like your most popular video is the PogChamp one. The one it's got like 7.5 million views.
Yeah, another happy accident.
Yeah, like I was gonna ask like when that happened because that was like the most famous emote in the world for a long, long time. What was that like for you personally, seeing your face everywhere like that?
um, well, I'm a citizen of the internet. Like I'm terminally online, and because of that, I've been terminally online for like 30 years ish, I think. Yeah, almost 30 years, right? Um, so like I like I like memes. I like things that are funny. Um, you know, you can't you can't make something go viral, if you try. Um, but the internet always finds a way to take things that are funny and run with it. And that video was not like some sort of there was no plan. The plan was to just it was also like a happy it was also one of those things that was related to the production of the original Cross Counter YouTube show, because we were shooting that show in a place that we weren't really supposed to be in this studio that Steve had secured. And so the PogChamp video was like a bloopers and outtakes highlight reel that just kind of came from that. And it just so happened that, you know, we were shooting it on this green screen, which made it perfect and easy to, you know, chop out. And then, people, I don't even know. I mean, that's the thing. Like, to my knowledge, it wasn't really used in fighting games. It was a Team Fortress 2 meme. And people would like, that was the first time I saw it. Like, people put it on like the walls on stages and stuff. I was like, all
Yeah.
right, like it was all, like what do I care? Like, it's funny, like if people think it's funny, it's funny, and yeah, so it was all fun and games until until Twitch started using it, I guess.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that because, like, I would always see your face everywhere because you were FGC. I'd always say, "Oh, that's one of our guys." Like, you're posting up everywhere. But then the whole Twitch situation happened, and like, can you talk a little bit about what went on there and why they went down that road?
Sure, yeah. I mean, so they used it without permission. Okay, here, let me let me say it as straight as possible.
Hmm.
Twitch used the Twitch used the PogChamp emote, which was intellectual property, which is intellectual property that belongs to us without permission for, I want to say, 5+ years. It was something like that. Um, it was voted in by a community vote in the second round of global emotes. This is what I remember. It was a long time ago. Nobody asked me. My understanding is it was done. It wasn't done as like a oh, we like Gootecks type of thing. It was done as like, I feel like there was always like a mean spirited. It was like mean spirited behind it. Not the people voting, but like within Twitch itself. Um, so anyways, they used it for years. Um, despite the fact that I knew them, we knew each other. Like I was on Twitch since it was Justin TV. They sponsored our events. You know, like we knew we were not strangers. You know what I mean? It's not like they didn't know who it was or they
Mhm.
didn't know how to like find me. You know.
Yeah.
So they used it for years, and then one day they decided that they wanted to use it as the launching. They were going to roll out this new program called cheer motes, and cheer motes were essentially the animated versions of the emotes, and so you would donate bits, um, and you could basically like use your bits to buy these cheer motes, which were the animated emotes. And so what they wanted to do was launch the program with the PogChamp emote being the flagship launch emote.
Hmm.
And so yeah, like they they hit me up because this was after the Amazon or during the Amazon acquisition, and it was probably one of those things where they knew that they had to ask and get
Yeah.
permission to take it another step further. And so they did. So Kevin Lynn, who was the COO at the time, who I've always had a good relationship with, yeah, he called me and was like, "Hey, we want to launch this thing. Can we use the PogChamp emote?" And my understanding is that the PogChamp emote was the last one to like have any sort of to not the last emote to not have any kind of agreement um for. And also there's no way that anybody um held out um and I'm not gonna there's no way that anybody held out as long as we did.
Hmm.
um so yeah, they started we I was open to it because like you know yeah, I was open to it, but ultimately I was like, okay, well, yeah, you can use it for this cheer modes launch, but what about the unauthorized usage of our intellectual property for the past 5+ years? What about that?
Hmm.
What about that, Kevin?
Did they never offer any compensation at all, considering how big the emote was?
No, why would they?
I mean, it seems like the right thing to do.
I remember it was something that Mike had told me, like kind of when it was first happening, which was he told me some story about how 50 Cent, um, I think it had something to do. Anyways, he told me some story where like 50 Cent basically like was wronged with like intellectual property, and then like waited and waited and waited and waited for years and years and years until finally like he flipped the script on them and then like sued them for like a ton of money, or like was able to like register the trademarks or something, and then all these people, he was basically able to like extract his revenge like that. And so I always thought about that, and you know I'm like i'm not a um I'm not a litigious person. I'm not somebody who like goes to cry for like help or oh, or anything. And also, as a citizen of the internet, you know, I don't think um it's not nice. It's not nice to try to like we're gonna use the laws of America to stop internet culture. Like, good fucking luck. Like
Mm.
that's silly. But it's inexplicable. It's just, I think it was just done so long ago that they didn't have anybody there at the time to be like, hey guys, like, did we get this cleared? Because there was a few times over the years where like different people had like there was one guy who used to work there. called named Kush, and he hit me up one day because they wanted to use it for something, and I was like, no, bro, like I'm not gonna like tell you you can use our intellectual property which you've been using in an unauthorized way for years over a Facebook Messenger message. I'm not gonna tell you, okay, yeah, you can use it. Like, I'm not stupid, dude.
Yeah, yeah,
You know,
that's ridiculous.
and you know that's kind of how you have to do things in gaming, or I guess that's one of the reasons why Mike and I were successful in lots of in some ways, because we we were always like a little bit older than most other people that would be in our position in gaming. And like, you know, we would joke like, oh man, if we were 10 years younger, we'd be making like we'd be making all the same mistakes as all these other people. But we didn't, because we just happened to be like a little bit older. We just happened to be a little bit older. And you know, sometimes I see people in gaming, bro, and I'm like, oh my god, this poor guy. You know, I could totally see myself making all these mistakes. Not to say we didn't make any mistakes, but like I could see myself doing the same thing and fucking up in the same like in the same ways.
Yeah, the like the whole excellent adventures things and cross counter looked like it was eventually going to it was going to be too big for the FGC because of how far your reach had gotten and how many views you guys were getting. And like, I wanted to ask you before I move on to the next question, do you and Mike still work together in any capacity, or are you still in contact or anything like that?
I talked to Mike like last shut up. I talked to Mike like last week. Maybe it was it was like before the Evo Awards. Yeah, so yeah, we caught up for a little bit, and but no, I mean, yeah, we haven't worked on anything in I don't know how many years, years.
Would you guys ever go back to doing excellent adventures? Like, is there any capacity you could see yourself doing it?
I don't know. I mean, we've talked about things like that here and there over the years, and also, you know, there were times, even though we worked together for a long time, there were times in that long stretch where we weren't doing anything. And the thing is, like, there was never like, Mike and I have never had with the exception of our first encounter IRL, like Mike and I have never had, you know, like any issues, or like it's never if all the times that we stopped working together, like, it's never because it's like, oh, fuck that guy. It's like it's never that. It's never been that. Because Mike is one of the I think, you know, like, you know, you don't run across them often, but every now and then, like, you know, you just, like, one of your boys, like, you just get it, and he gets you, you know, and you don't fight about stupid shit. You don't, you know, you understand, you balance each other out, you know. So yeah, it's never been something like that stops things, but now it's, you know, it's different. You know, he's living in Singapore. You know, I'm in Vegas, so it's a little different now. Plus, you know, I don't even know if it would be, I don't know if it would even work I don't know if it would even work the same, because it's just like, oh man, so much time has passed. There's something about it, just like, it's crazy, because the way that we did it before was just like, oh man, like, it was like simpler times, even though it didn't seem like that at the time. But in you know, in retrospect, it was 100% simpler times.
No, definitely. I
So I don't know, you know.
just before I like move on, you mentioned that you and Mike have always been boys apart from the first time you actually encountered each other. If it's not too private, did you two like butt heads when you first met?
Just in like a friendly arcade rival way, because it was like I didn't play Marvel, he didn't play Third Strike, so it was like this was in the early. This was before Street Fighter 4 came out on console, so we were playing at this video store that was by his house, and I knew who he was, but I'd never like talked to him. And so yeah, like those first couple games, it was like, you know, we were going at each other hard. You know what I mean? This was, you know, because also there was a long ass line of people, you know, who had next, and it was just like one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, like I think he knew. I think he knew who I was. I knew who he was, but it's like because we never had any interaction, and we didn't have like mutual friends really. I mean, we did, but you know, it was not like that where we would like. Where we would have hung out before. So it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, I gotta beat this guy's ass. And eventually that culminated into like the first, I think it's still on YouTube. I think if you type in like Gootecks, Mike Ross, Arcade Infinity, there's like this one match where we basically, he used Honda and I was using Balrog, and we basically held down back for like 93 seconds or something like that. And then he fought. It was I think it was match point or something. And then yeah, he like headbutted. I did like jump back fears. I got one hit, and like that was it. And so that was how we became friends.
Oh, that's such a guy story.
That's how it is, you know. I mean, this is why, you know, like this is why fighting games like brings, you know, it brings people together in a, you know, in a fun, healthy, competitive way.
Yeah. No, I agree. Well, I mean, I did agree with that for a long time, but I'll get into that bit in a little bit. I wanted to ask you though, like, going back and looking at Cross Counter and like all the work that you and Mike did, and the work that you did individually as well, and how positively it was received and how high the viewership was. When Street Fighter 5 came out, I remember you guys dropped that infamous video about Mike stepping away, and it had something to do with esports. And then you came in like future Gootecks and you told him to embrace it and that. And when I was watching that, I felt like you were playing the part of like the big wigs that are just telling you to sort of forget about what you know and embrace what is coming. I don't know if I read that wrong, but did you guys
interpretation?
Yeah, I always saw future Gootecks as you know, you've sort of like, I don't know, I kind of want to use the Rock and Cody Rhodes analogy from last SmackDown, where it's like, give me your soul.
That's interesting.
That's how I saw it. Maybe I saw it wrong, but given the size of your channel and how popular you guys were, for Mike to turn around and say something like that, did you guys see something in the lead up to the whole esports explosion with FGC that really turned you away?
Yeah, I think so, because with Mike, this was kind of at a time, I think, when Mike had already started working for Twitch. There was a moment where our agent at the time was kind of like shopping us around. He was basically shopping Excellent Adventures around as a series to different potential buyers. There was to create a bidding war between between Twitch and its now defunct rival Azubu. That's how long ago this was. And so basically, like, in the process of that, we couldn't come to terms on an agreement. And so what Twitch did instead was, like, they basically tried to, I'm not gonna say poach Mike, because we never stopped working together, but obviously it becomes different when, you know, you move cities and then have like a, you know, like a real job, if you could call working at Twitch a real job.
Mm-hmm.
And in the process of doing that, because he was there, he got to see probably better than anybody. He got to see inside the belly of the esports beast. And yeah, I think, Mike probably looked into the abyss and it stared back at him. And I think he was put in a position where people would come to him asking for things, and like, it's tough because, you always want to help people out, but at the same time, it's tough when you're just being asked for stuff all the time and then you don't really know, like, oh, like, is this person really my friend? Kind of. Okay, here's a good example. Like when, a couple weeks ago when CM Punk is out there cutting a promo, and then Cody comes out and he's like, are you my, like, and CM Punk is like, all the people around you, like all your friends, they'll stab you in the back, and Cody's like, are you my friend? You're my friend, right, CM Punk? It was kind of like that, I think. So Mike got to see firsthand like where everything was going, and a lot of the changes that I think we've experienced in terms of, I guess, the difference in presentation. I mean, yeah, he could probably see a lot of that stuff coming. I mean, at the time, I didn't know any better. I thought I was naive in thinking that it was gonna end up being a good thing.
Yeah, because what I wanted to get to earlier was, to me, although esports has brought in, I guess, more money, it doesn't feel like a community as much as it did back then. But I've not really ever been involved in the esports side of it. I too was like in the arcades with my friends. We had an arcade down here called Trocadero, and it's closed down now. We've only got like one more big one left, and there's a couple scattered all over the place. But when esports came in, it kind of felt like the community really changed, and I remember like the community started to turn on a lot of the OGs. And I remember I was always reading your posts and whatnot, and I saw the community's like sentiment change towards you. Did that start during COVID, or was that beforehand when Excellent Adventures was sort of winding down?
No, I think it was in the very early parts of COVID, because yeah, prior to that, like, everybody loved Gootecks.
Yeah.
I don't know that the thing is, like, it's easy to point the finger at esports like ruining the FGC. But I don't really think it's that simple, because there's a lot of other different factors that have gone into changing the community feel into whatever it is today. And the thing about the COVID scamdemic is it killed a lot more interpersonal relationships and cultures and social habits than it did actual people. And the real damage of COVID is impossible to measure, because those are not things that show up on charts. And I think had COVID not happened, we'd totally be living in a different world, both inside and outside of fighting games. But it really exposed the hive mind nature of a lot of the people, either in the community, or it exposed a lot of the mentality of people that think they're in the community that are just online but never come out IRL, because the thing is, like, and I guess what we know now, with the emergence of AI, and with Elon buying Twitter, and like the mass infestation of bots being a big sticking point before he acquired it, we don't even know if these people were ever real. Because the other thing is too, I don't know if you or other people experience this, but like, people are always nice to me people are basically like nice to most people are nice to me in person, but there was a time online where it just seemed like I'm just like the world's biggest villain, and people were just like, talking shit to me online, whereas people would tell me privately, hey, I agree with you, but I can't say anything. I don't want to say anything, because they're like worried about losing their job or their position or whatever. And ultimately, like, that's, I think, I guess that's where you could blame esports, right? Because people would think like, and it's so stupid. It's so dumb to think that all of this stuff has to exist independently. That like, oh well, we're not going to get any sponsors in this space because, like, it's raw, so we have to like clean up our act in order to become like sponsorable. It's like, dude, like, do you guys watch TV? Like, do you watch pro wrestling? Do you see UFC? Like, what could be, like, nothing is unsponsorable. You just need to find the right product fit, for your product. Like, how many porn stars and OnlyFans girls are like sponsored by different adult entertainment products? Like, there's a market fit for everything. We as fighting game players or esports gamers or whatever, we never had to change. We never did, and we still don't. I still believe this. It's just a question of like, what are you willing, how long are you willing to hold out? What are you willing to compromise or not compromise on? And like, people are just like, people are just, it's just like a misconception that, oh, like, we need to like clean up our act. It's not true. And you could, a good example was like, there was a time when Long Island Joe was going to get sponsored by like Bang Bros or something like that. And then they were willing, he was going to be, wholesome Long Island Joe was going to be sponsored by this, like this porn company. And then, what happened? He backed down because of like social pressure within the FGC. Yeah. Because then, at the time, I guess I think it was Mr. Wizard from Evo. I don't know. A lot of people want to be, get all high and mighty about those types of things. And ultimately, like, the deal fell through, which is really unfortunate because, the Venn diagram between, Gooners and FGC people is like basically a black circle, so, yeah. And that's one of those things where it's like, oh, this is a real good product market fit, but, oh no, what about esports? Like, oh, all these esports sponsors, oh, they won't want to put their logo next to some guy wearing a Bang Bros t-shirt. Like, what? Like, fucking grow a pair, dude. And the other thing definitely is too, who does that affect? Nobody's like just because you're playing on stream doesn't mean you're getting anything from all of the sponsors and logos that are on that stream. Like, where's my cut? I don't give a shit.
Yeah. That's a shame that happened. He could have done they could have done a co-stream with Johnny Sins with L.I. Joy. That would have been pretty good.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
What is your opinion on, because everyone talks about how cancel culture has kind of got like a vice grip on the FGC.
Yeah, I
What is
think it
your
does.
opinion on that and how things are going? Because obviously we've seen now there's a lot of talk with Arturo's crowd that there's going to be a split down the middle and there's two FGCs now. What's your opinion on all of that?
It was clear to me years ago before the scamdemic that there would be a like a split, a rift, and there would basically be like esports FGC and then like original raw FGC. That was clear to me years ago. I didn't think it was gonna happen like this, but that was the logical progression because when you're not trying to change your, when you're not trying to change yourself in order to fit some sort of misconstrued notion of what is sponsorable and what can go mainstream, you just keep on keeping it real, it'll be fine. So I think that this is the I didn't I thought it was just going to be like esports and like raw FGC, but because of cancel culture, it's it became more, I guess it's become more political, and cancel culture, I think, is a has played a big role in changing the community vibe into whatever it's become now. um and that's, but also that's not limited to FGC. I mean, cancel culture, at least here in the West, has been a growing threat that I don't think most people, I don't know if most people really think about it. I don't know if it's like a topic of conversation with people IRL, but it certainly exists online, and lots of people have had to go through it. And I don't think it's over, but there has been a vibe shift. But yeah, it's a thing. I would put it, if you want to talk about things that change the community vibe in the FGC, yeah, I'd put cancel culture up there with esports, as like, top contributing factors. Yeah.
Have people, like you were saying earlier, that like when you see people in person they're nice to you and whatnot, since everyone had reacted in the way that they did, which I think was wrong, by the way, have people um have people changed that when you go to tournaments in person anymore? Do you go to tournaments at all, or is it still the same for you?
I really haven't been going, but I will say the last time that I went, what was the last? I think the last big. Okay, before Evo, um, okay, this past Evo was great. There was a lot of people came up, talked to me, want to take photos and stuff. Um, it's been like that for years and years. But the year before, it was not. There was like less people. There was like significantly less people. Obviously, like I don't have like I'm not tracking the stats or anything. But I remember it. I remember it being like low. And then let's see. So that was 2024, 2023, and I think there was one before that. There was, whichever was the one where they were playing COVID security theater and telling people that you need to show your fucking papers in order to like register or get in or whatever. That was also like a low fanfare year.
Hmm.
But now, yeah, it's basically back to normal. So I don't know, like I don't know what changed. I didn't change. I'm the
Hmm.
same. I'm the same. I'm the same as I've always been. Um, So maybe people's opinions change. I will say I see more, sometimes people send me screenshots of like comments that just say like, "Oh, Gootecks was right," So I think there's a vibe shift. I think the worst is over. I think the worst is over,
Did
and we'll see what happens now.
Did you have like a good relationship with a lot of the other prominent people in the FGC? And if you did, do you still have contact with them? Do they ever reach out to you for commentary or anything like that?
I feel like I've always had a good relationship with the vast majority of people in the space because I don't know, like I'm just people like I'm somebody that most people like because I I just am. Uh so I felt like I was always on good terms with everybody. Very
Hmm.
few very very few people in the space would I say that I had like real issues with. Um and no, yeah, no, after I guess I never really finished like talking about like the Twitch emote story, but basically
Mm.
like after that changed, um and there was all this backlash. Yeah, I mean, it definitely seemed like a lot of people were angry with me, and that, yeah, I mean, I yeah, like I don't get reached out to for like, commentary or hosting gigs or whatever. Um, is that, and so, when you think about esports and like changing yourself to fit a certain mold, yeah, I mean, it is true. It is true that if I had just never said anything at all about anything, maybe I'd still be like getting those gigs. But also, it's who cares? Like I I I never, even though I've done all those things, like I never really saw myself as like a host or a commentator because those things didn't exist when I first got into it. Like I always think of myself as a player first, you
Yeah.
know. So, I it's it sucks, but at the same time it's like, well, I mean, I did all that, and to me it's like it was great. It was great. I love to do it, even even like even like with Evo, like hosting Evo on ESPN. It's like, dude, like that was like career highlight, you know. And to me, it's like, well, it never got better. Like that was that was the peak, dude.
No, that was really cool. I mean, I remember
Yeah,
that. But
yeah,
I remember you used to do bar fights as well, which was
yeah, oh,
for me. And I don't know how you feel about it, but we used to love watching it. And like I noticed that it's been like 6 months since you uploaded on YouTube, and bar fights. You haven't done a bar fights in like quite a long time. With Fatal Fury coming out and Street Fighter 6 being here, and
yeah.
Tekken 8, is there a chance that you'd ever do a bar fights again? Because they were some really cool events.
Thank you. Um, yeah, probably not. I mean, the thing is, like, it's out of all the different things that I've done in the FGC, I can say that running events is my least favorite because it has the highest amount of it's like highest amount of effort and lowest amount of reward. Um, maybe I could do things, if there was the right team or partners that, you know, could handle a lot of the execution when it comes to that. Yeah, maybe. But like, I just I don't see it happening because it was like so much, it's just so much work for so little upside. Um,
Do you mean that from like a monetary standpoint?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Because, like other people do it differently. When we would do events, we would structure bar fights in like a fight card style, like WWE or boxing or UFC fight card style. So it's not, we weren't trying to do tournaments. We were just trying to do marquee matches. And because of that, as somebody who tries to make win-wins for everybody, we would do our best to pay everybody, so we would pay each player that would be participating, and we would pay the commentators, like, because it's real easy in FGC, it's real easy in like grassroots scenes of any kind to like get people to help for free. But like I never wanted to do it that way, because the goal was to, the goal was to do a great event, but also like the secondary goal is to make money, because if you're not making money, you're not going to be able to like continue doing it. This is just basic. This is just basic logic that, doesn't go over well with, like people who think that events should be free and don't cost anything to run. Like there's very real expenses if you want to compensate people properly. And so for me, I don't know, I just always felt like, oh, nobody's going to come. Nobody's going to come. There's going to be a huge disaster. That never happened. It was always fun. It was always, I don't know, it was always worth doing. But also now, post COVID, because we used to do stuff every year during Evo, whether it was bar fights or the Salty Suite or other different events around it. Like, dude, it was good. Like it was good. And now it's just like, oh, why even go through all of that effort,
Yeah. No, but I mean that's fair enough. I mean, it was bar fights was honestly one of my like favorite events, and I remember there was a time where we wanted to replicate it here in the UK, and when we got to like talking about it, we realized this is a lot of work. So I completely understand what you're talking about, but it was honestly an awesome event.
Thank you.
You were actually the reason I picked up Yurian in Third Strike. I learned to play Yurian from watching you play.
Oh, so, damn. You're hella OG.
Yeah, I'm almost 33 now, so I've been playing fighting games for some time. But yeah, it was your Yurian that I actually saw first, and I was like, yeah, I want to learn how to play this character.
Thank you. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well, hey, the cycle continues, because it was like, I saw a Yurian combo video from John D. Rockefeller, also known as Dr. Sub-Zero, and that was what got me hooked. So I'm happy to pay that forward.
Well, I have a super chat here. It's from Castle Kingside. Thank you for the $10. He said he wanted to extend an apology to you for disrespecting you over political drama.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. I accept your apology. What was the guy's name?
Castle Kingside.
Castle King. Yeah, I accept your apology. Hey, oh, Castle Kingside. Yeah, I accept your apology. Hey, you know what? It was a stressful time for everybody. A lot of people, and but that's the other thing too. There's no reason to get angry or disrespectful or get personal about things like political beliefs. I mean, it's no different. It's like, would you get mad at somebody because they liked a particular genre of music or like a band that you didn't like? Like, would you, you would just be like, oh, well, that guy, like this person, they have terrible taste.
Yeah.
That's all, But yeah, hey, we made it through.
Yeah. I wanted to also ask you, like, I'd noticed that you hadn't been uploading for quite some time on your YouTube channel. Are you still like involved with fighting games in some capacity, or are you looking to move off into a different direction?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's really it's so much. I'm the type of person that gets bored easily with like repetitive things. So it's kind of like when I've done everything, when I've done something a bunch of times and I feel like I know the ins and outs of it, it becomes challenging to keep going. And like YouTube specifically has gotten, it just feels like it's gotten so tedious. And also like I don't enjoy the production process. I don't enjoy editing. Like, I mean, editing videos is what got, was like the first thing that I did in the scene, really. But now it's like, it just feels so tedious because the other thing is, I've been in it for so long, and I recognize that not only has the process itself gotten more involved and longer and tedious, but also the way that the algorithm works also is real. It's real soul crushing, man, because like, it part of it could be when we stop doing excellent adventures, but also part of it could be because the content is not as good. I don't know. All I know is that it's just real soul crushing to like put a bunch of effort into something and then to upload it, and then it gets like minimal, there's minimal impact. And also for a while, I'm sure it's still this way, but for a while it was like every video that I would upload, I would lose like between like 100 and like 250 subscribers. Yeah. So then I just decided to like keep uploading until that changed, and then I ran out of gas. But the truth is that being successful on YouTube is probably not too different from being successful in anything, which is like at a certain point success becomes a team effort, and it's really hard for me personally. Like it's challenging to do this stuff by myself, and it's like I always kind of worked better when I had somebody that could handle a lot of like the admin and managerial parts of making the whole thing work, because that's not my specialty, right? Like I can see the big picture and know how to get there, but I'm not good at like, sending out the marching orders and then making sure that shit gets done. That's not my strong suit. And so throughout the years, like I've had different people that I've worked with that can handle that part, but currently don't have that. And so probably what I need to do is just like focus on like doing something or streaming or whatever. It's just, and let the rest take care of itself. But even then it's like, oh man, there's just so much there's so much tedium involved in it. And maybe I got some PTSD as well. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just making excuses.
What is your what's your thoughts on Street Fighter 6? Because I know obviously watching you and Mike playing Street Fighter 4, you guys, it looked like you had a passion for it. and then Street Fighter 5 happened, and it seemed to die down for a lot of people. What's your feelings towards 6?
I like it. I mean, I haven't played in a long time. I was playing a lot. I was doing stuff, and then I fell out of the habit, and then I never really like got back on. But I, I, dude, I love the game. I think it's so much fun. Um, I think it's a toss up now between Third Strike and Street Fighter 6 as like my personal favorite. Um, but I think they did an incredible job with the release. I think they learned a lot of lessons with the way that they botched the Street Fighter 5 release. So I think a lot of that got corrected. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I should probably get back. I don't know. I was doing other stuff for a while. But yeah, maybe now it's time to get back into it. There's a vibe shift. We got new games, new characters. Yeah. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's time. It's just, it can be difficult to rebuild the habit and then start being productive, and because it's just so tedious.
When you say that there's been a vibe shift, I don't know if you're alluding to the fact that like the FGC seems to be splitting in two, but if you are those guys on the opposite side of the aisle that are creating their own FGC, is that something that you would consider getting into and building something from there?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the thing is, like, when I say vibe shift, what I'm really talking about is the Trump effect. When, like, he didn't just like in 2016, he lost the popular vote and essentially won the election by this much. We can debate all day about 2020, but it was clear in 2024 that this was what significantly more people wanted than didn't want. And, it changed. And now, since even though he's been in office for like a month, so much has happened. People are removing pronouns from their bios and their email signatures, like, it's a shift. It's the natural progression. It's going to be like this for a while, and then at some point it's going to shift back in the other direction. This is just the natural progression of things, in this country. But it has it has an effect, on everything, because now, people are less afraid of cancel culture and sort of more willing to speak up or take a stand now, it seems. Yeah, like, so overall, I think that's a good thing, because people were much more scared before of either expressing support for controversial ideas or canceled people. Yeah, people were much more afraid before, and now, because of the vibe shift, that's changing slowly. I mean, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure at some point, I don't know, maybe I'll do something do something with those guys. The thing is, like, I personally don't even see. I saw that they announced that they're doing something with Rumble. They're going to do like an online tournament series with Rumble.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which is great. I I know Arturo's producing it. I haven't talked to him about it, but it's like I don't really think it's gonna be that different. You know what I mean?
What do you mean by that?
Like, there's not gonna be, like, I just don't think it's gonna be that different. Like if you put theirs and let's say another online weekly like TNS like side by side, I don't think it's gonna be that different.
Do you think they're gonna?
The only difference is just gonna be like who's putting it on, like who's funding this madness. Oh, Rumble, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know too much about it. I did see it advertised. I assumed when I saw it, it's just gonna be the more like, I don't know. I guess they're not gonna hold back on what they say in terms of like maybe cussing each other or how they present the show. Like more like I guess an attitude era style of tournament, if you want to say it like that.
Sure. I mean, have we really? Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't watch anything. I don't watch tournaments. I don't watch streams. So maybe it will be different, even though in my mind it's not going to be that different because I'm just sort of unaware of how much it's changed because I don't watch anything because I don't care.
No, that's fair.
So I think where it's going to start to get interesting is when if events like that can get big enough to hold big money tournaments or events like that where there's a significant a comparable amount of money at stake that then doesn't have anybody like banned because guys like Infiltration and Filipino Champ have sort of been formally banned from Capcom Cup. We don't know because those guys haven't competed. You know, we don't know what the current like landscape of top players would look like because those guys haven't been allowed to play. Guys like that haven't been allowed to play. Mm-hmm. So if you have something comparable in terms of money where nobody is banned and anybody could come compete, then that, you know, that'll really determine, you know, who is the best. And so my prediction is eventually it gets to the point where people who compete in Capcom Cup, or let's say something like Street Fighter League. I don't know. I've never looked at one of the contracts, but I could see how eventually it gets to the point where in order to participate in Street Fighter League, you agree not to participate in other tournament series.
Right.
In the same way that like, again, it always comes back to pro wrestling. You know, guys who are contracted by the WCW could not go to WWE and vice versa.
Yeah.
And that's why, you know, you would never get, you know, certain matchups. That's just the way that it works. So I can see that happening because I could see how I mean, I guess it's not that many people. It's just like a small number of influential people that are like so terrified by what would happen if guys like Infiltration or F-Champ could play.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I can understand that. I've got a super chat here that I'm going to ask you before I read it out. It is asking you two specific questions. They seem like digs, so I wanted to ask you before I read it out. Are you okay if people like asking you particular questions?
Whatever. I don't care.
All right.
Let me refill my. Give me 1 second. Let me refill my coffee.
Yeah, go for it. All right, guys. I saw some of you asking that you want to jump in here and asking questions, so let me just put that on the screen so you guys know how to go about doing that, and we'll queue you up. You just got to send me a message on Discord, or you can send me a message on Twitter, and I'll add you to the call after I finished answering my questions. What have we got here? Oh, I can see you guys are having a little bit of back and forth in the chat. Very nice. Anime profile pictures have showed up. Well, you'll get your chance to ask some questions as well if you want. You can jump on the call.
All right, we're back.
All right, awesome. So, right, the first one that I've got here is from an individual called Drillbit. Now, again, this is not FGC related. They've said, didn't you say you missed the old R Kappa back on Reddit back on 5 years ago because you said it wasn't racist like it used to be? Also recommending L.I. Joe should take hydroxychloroquine back in 2020.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did say it, and I would say it again. But here's the other thing. You know, obviously the written word, when you write something, your tone can get misconstrued. So, like when I said, I don't know if it's still up. It's probably still up, or maybe it's gone and erased forever because they shut the subreddit down. But yeah, I wrote this post basically going to R Kappa for support, and I said as a joke, like, "Oh, I like where did all the racists on R Kappa go because of it's like a total like misconception that people who are conservative or right wing or Trump supporters or whatever are inherently racist.
Mm-hmm. That's ridiculous.
Which is obviously not true unless you believe that more than half of America is like some sort of like KKK hood wearing racist inside, which is obviously ridiculous and not true at all. So I don't know if that post is still up. You know, there's also like another thing where it's like, oh, like, should I delete it? Nah, fuck that, whatever. What do I care? Because because to me, anybody who really looks at the whole situation and has done the research would come to the same conclusions that I have. And yeah, I did. And this was the start of the whole. This was probably the start of the takedown of the PogChamp emote on Twitch, is because when I thought we were all gonna die, I told Long Island Joe, yes, you know what? You got me. I told Long Island Joe in March of 2020 to take hydroxychloroquine when he got COVID. Yes, I did. You know why? Because that was one of the treatments that would work. And it's not the only one. There was also ivermectin, and there was also the Zelenko protocol, which was put together by I guess he's dead now, but Dr. Zelenko had treated like thousands of his patients in I think they were in Brooklyn. It was like he was treating thousands of I guess it was like the Jewish community, like the Hasidic Jew community in Brooklyn. He treated thousands of them with this protocol, which was like azithromycin, zinc, and quercetin, which was all, over-the-counter stuff that you could get to treat it. And it's like, you can believe what the mainstream media propagandists tell you, that hydroxychloroquine was somehow dangerous, even though it's been around for like 100 years and is used to treat all kinds of things. And you could believe that that's dangerous because CNN told you that it was dangerous, or the bad orange man said to take it, and that's why, you know, it's going to kill you. And the reality is that's not true at all. And the other thing, just for the record, I was not a at the time, I was not a crazy right-wing extremist. I was not a Trump supporter. I knew about hydroxychloroquine before Trump said anything about it, because this girl I was talking to, who was like a hippie girl, and she was the one that told me about it. She sent me, you know, like, dude, like, the girl had a chest tattoo. Like, you think some girl that lives in a van with a chest tattoo is like some kind of like Trump supporting right-wing extremist? No, absolutely not. Everybody, if you think about it, like, if we're all going to die, then we should be looking for solutions. And that was a solution that was controversial at the time, only because mainstream media made it controversial, and the bad orange man, you know, said it in a press conference.
Yeah, well, there you go, guys. You got your answer. And then there's one here from Bast for $5. Trump's presence and MSM's fear-mongering broke people's brains, and people like Gootecks suffered. Now all the ideologies are proven frauds. All the ideologues are proven frauds or worse.
Exactly. Time settles all arguments. And, you know, it just, to me, like, that's, I don't know. That's why I haven't, I mean, I don't really, like, go on Twitter and be like, see, I fucking told you so. But it's clear now, with the Trump effect, the vibe shift, you know, and also the fact that we didn't all fucking die and we're all still here, you know. Like,
do you ever get messages from people in private regarding that? Much like what Bass said, that they like apologize for the whole like being very vitriolic online, or that they think that you were right. Do people ever reach out to you?
No, I don't think so. Maybe there's been like one or two. It was, but I'll tell you, the people that did reach out to me after everything happened, it was surprising to me, the people that did reach out, because it was, you know, some of them were like, you know, guys that like I hadn't talked to in a long time, that, you know, I didn't really, maybe we had like minor beefs over the years. But yeah, like those guys, it was surprising that, yeah, those guys reached out. Some of those guys reached out, and yeah, we've actually become good friends, because it's like, dude, when you don't share the, like, the beliefs of the majority, and you're clearly in the minority with a lot of views, you know, it's really easy to put all previous beefs aside, which are completely irrelevant, and just just kind of join forces with kind of like what does matter, because, you know, like, fighting game, like, whatever minor fighting game beefs over the years is just small potatoes compared to you know, the COVID psyop and everything that goes along with it. So that was actually that was surprising, you know, so because I had a lot of people reach out privately and express support, but it was, which is great, and I'm really thankful for those people, because I really got to see, like, who are the real friends, you know.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, like, having other people reach out that I wouldn't expect to be like, nah, bro, like, I'm right there with you, you know, and that was really cool, you know.
I do find it interesting that a lot of people they have things to say about your political talking points, but one of the things that I've seen in the FGC more recently is like people sending out death threats just openly on the timeline, And I've noticed how TOs have completely ignored this, and a lot of people in the scene just overlook it. It's even been caught on camera. More recently, I was talking to Technicals, and he gets death threats thrown at him all the time. And it's interesting to see. I don't know if you've been receiving them or if you have received them. I've started to get my fair share of them every now and then. But
shit.
Yeah,
coming up in the world, my column.
Yeah. I've had people say to me, "Why are you talking to him and why are you talking to that person? Go kill yourself or whatever." Which I'm like, it's fine. It's just some nameless person on the internet. But I do find it weird that your political talking points, or maybe like a technicals video, or me simply talking to you, is justifiable to threaten my life, but you simply just saying, as to them saying that they're going to threaten my life, is just completely overlooked by people.
Yeah, that's a weird phenomenon. I don't know that I've gotten death threats. If I have, I don't remember them. Certainly haven't gotten any recently. And it is weird to be more upset with you for talking to somebody like me. It's weird to be more upset with you than it is. It's weird to be more upset at you than me, because if I'm the problem, then shouldn't I be getting the death threats?
Yeah, I think maybe because you're a much bigger personality than me, and maybe to them you're like unreachable, whereas my channel's still kind of growing. They might see it as a thing where they can just sort of like shut me up before too long. I can't name who has like come forward and told me certain things, but people have told me, people are like really pissed that you're talking to this person, you're talking to that person, which I find really weird that they would want to stifle conversation.
Well, I guess we're finding out who were the real authoritarians all along, because it's really just projection. I mean, most rational people should want to encourage discussion of ideas amongst like civilized people. That's just the way it is. That's how adults operate. But the flip side of that is, oh, well, this person is bad, or these topics are off limits. But in America, like, freedom of speech is a thing, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to have a like a civilized discussion about anything. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at my tweet history and everything that got people so riled up, you will never find any personal attacks that I made, certainly not on anybody in our world, in the scene.
Yeah.
I don't do it that way. So why is it that I'm getting hated on when it was never anything personal, and also it never had anything to do with any, like, it was not like personal fighting game drama. It's nothing like that. If I'm talking about world issues, that's not like a personal attack on any particular individual. So why are you mad, bro? Like, what's but these people are so wound up because it has been a crazy time to be alive. Like, yeah. I recognize people are stressed out, but these people are so wound up by the programming that, yeah, like they're starting to, I don't know if they're starting to get violent or this is the precursor to violence. I don't know. Yeah. But hopefully, nothing happens and it's just, retards on the internet talking shit, hopefully. But it gets, like, eventually it gets, it could theoretically get very dangerous if people start swatting people on stream and stuff like that. Like, that's a, you know, it could escalate and it could get dangerous. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
We might be in the midst or on the verge of, you know, like civil war because as Trump and Elon continue to do what they said they were going to do and continue to do, we could continue to drive people to the brink of madness.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
Yeah.
you know, so it could get interesting, but hopefully, I don't really think it's going to get like that. I think it's basically going to be fine, and the worst is over.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I don't worry about sweating as much here in the UK, but I think if I was over in the US, given how like all the things that I hear, I'd probably be a little bit more worried that people were sending threats. But yeah, I mean, if it's neither here nor there out here.
Well, you know, hey, the other thing is too, like, death threats are very serious. You know, and I don't believe that I don't believe most people are sending death threats are essentially sophisticated enough to remain anonymous and never get found.
Yeah.
You know, so I guess if I were receiving death threats, I would be blasting them publicly and also reporting them to the proper authorities. And also, yeah, I mean, I'd be arming myself.
Yeah, I mean, anyone that ever has, even down to a silly YouTube comment, I've screenshotted everything. I've got a little folder of any time something's happened, but so far it's been very recent, very, very recent. So I had another super chat here that somebody wants to ask you a question. It's from KSRD. He said, any thoughts, and thank you for the £5. He said, any thoughts on FGC royalty like Ultra Chen? Seems like these people are protected despite a history of racism, hypocrisy, throwing others under the bus.
Yeah. Yep. Sounds some people. Well, here's the thing. Like, hypocrisy is clearly something that FGC is willing to overlook. A good example was the sponsor, one of the primary sponsors of the Evo Awards, which was Kibia Gaming. God, I wish I could remember. It's such a weird. Hold on, Evo Awards. Maybe it's on the site. I don't want to get the name wrong. Of course, the site doesn't even load for me. Damn. Well, anyways, the point is that hypocrisy is something that flies in this community because people are willing to overlook things that people do. Oh, here we go. Evo Awards, powered by Kiddiya Gaming, Qiddiya Gaming, which I didn't know what that was. And then I read an article by King Hippo the other day, and he wrote this big, long thing about how it was hypocritical because Kiddiya is like there's some connection with Kiddiya and Saudi Arabia. Like it's like a Saudi Arabian government initiative, or I don't know, it's something like that. But anyways, the point is that in this article, King Hippo, which I think everybody should go read, King Hippo is basically saying, like, what are we doing here? You know, I thought we were supposed to be against things like taking blood money from the Saudis. He didn't say it in those words, and he basically was coming at it from like the opposite perspective, kind of like the more like left-leaning virtue signaling perspective, but ultimately the end result is the same. Like, it's hypocritical to be on your high horse about various social issues and then take money from the Saudi Arabian government.
Yeah.
And I agree. It is. But and that's the other thing. It's like, oh well, if they came, Gootecks, what if they came to you? Would you take the Saudi Arabian blood money? I say, fuck yeah, I would. You know why? Because I'm not the one on my high horse about it. So it's not hypocritical of me. At least I'm consistent.
Yeah.
I don't, because it's not, like, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. Like, none of these things directly affected me. So I always treat everybody like, I got a clean slate. If we don't know each other, we got a clean slate, But I'm not up on my high horse telling people like preaching about, inclusivity and all this other bullshit. I'm not the one doing that. Therefore, it would not be hypocritical of me. It's just, it's consistent. So yeah, I do think that there's a lot of that hypocrisy and a lot of double standards. And, it just depends on whether or not you happen to be in favor with the right people, in any given circumstance. But ultimately, like, that's why I don't get, like, who cares? I mean, that's why I'm kind of just like I'm pretty detached, because I don't watch anything. And even when I was like producing more output, whether it was streams or YouTube or whatever, I still wouldn't watch anybody. I don't watch anybody's stuff because I don't care.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know, the beauty of the world we live in today, in terms of technology and the internet, is like anybody can just start their own thing.
Yeah.
And they can't realistically, they cannot, there is no technical ability for these people to shut any particular person or channel down. It's technologically infeasible to do so. If you have the technical know-how to be able to, like, stream on different platforms and also stream on your own platform if something were to happen. But in that scenario, it's only going to happen if your audience is big enough for you to matter enough for them to come after you. But like, it's not, thanks to Twitch, they really did build out a lot of the technology that, a lot of us use today. They built it out. They built it themselves in the early days, and now, anybody can do it. I mean, kick.com, it's, Twitch's, biggest competitor, runs on Amazon AWS servers. Like, they're literally providing the infrastructure for their own competition. That's how easy and straightforward it is nowadays, because, Twitch, basically invented and perfected, delivering live streaming video at scale. So they can never actually shut anybody down. So that's why everybody, I don't know, like, if you got a problem with, any particular person and their hypocrisy or whatever, just ignore it and start your own thing. Or, I don't know, look at what's going on with the alt FGC.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, because I when that happened, I did a video about it, and I said that almost every country has blood on their hands, whether that's like open for the public to look at or it's behind
100%.
closed doors. So everyone getting up in arms about it. I was like, the country you're sitting in has blood on its hands, probably more so. It's just not out there for people to see the same way it is with others.
Exactly, and that's just people falling victim to the mainstream media propagandists or the algorithm, programming what you what you see, what you're exposed to, and ultimately like what you get triggered by, you
Yeah.
know. And it's like, I don't understand how people are essentially oblivious to this at this point, because it's like, it is true NPC behavior, in my opinion, to have lived through the past 5 years and not recognize the pure propaganda that's coming through both mainstream media and social media algorithms.
Mhm.
I'm not saying that I'm immune to any of it, but I at least recognize its existence. And it's like, if you've gotten through 2020, if you got through the pandemic and everything that's happened, and still believe the mainstream narrative and are trying to use Google to search for things, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is why a lot of people are having a hard time right now, because it's like, people are so freaked out about all whatever. Oh, like, I'm not having kids because of climate change. Like, oh, what kind of world are we going to live in? Like, it's just all this stuff. And if you just, I think this is part of why, like, I don't get stressed. I don't get mad or anything, because it's like, I don't worry about all these things that all these other people are programmed to worry about, because I don't. And it was hard. It was hard, like, to break out of that programming. But it's like, dude, when you don't buy any of their bullshit, you don't worry. Like, you don't worry about, you're not stressed, you're not worried. Like, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, my thinking was always that for a long time, obviously because I'm not old enough to not be born into the internet, but it was still early days, I guess, when I had dial-up internet and all that crap. And my thinking when I was a kid was like, we've always gotten our information from these guys. The only place we ever got it from. And now it's coming from loads of different places. And I'm noticing that rather than people listening to different voices, they're seeing, maybe where someone leans. And then instead of listening to what they have to say, they're like, oh, you're left wing or you're right wing. I don't want to hear anything you have to say. Which I always thought was ridiculous, because I'm like,
it's ridiculous.
The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. And we should probably like listen to both sides. And it feels like the FGC has been ideologically captured, which has caused this massive rift down the middle, which is sad, because I've grown up around, I'm half Greek, and Greeks tend to be very, very conservative. But the area that I'm from, there's a lot of liberals around here. So I never had an issue, because my family are more conservative and my friends were always more liberal. But seeing how things have changed in gaming in general, but more specifically in the FGC, is sad, which is what I was saying earlier. I don't know if it's esports or just life in general, but it doesn't feel like a community anymore. It doesn't feel like we have each other's backs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we have been ideologically captured. The reality is, in the real world, you interact with all kinds of different people with all kinds of different backgrounds and, political beliefs, religious beliefs, all kinds of things. And yet somehow, and it's always been this way, this is not a new thing, and somehow we all managed to coexist and it was fine. But yeah, the mainstream media propaganda has really, it's really gotten people all worked up and on edge. And like, one thing that I notice is that people who disagree, I don't, I guess I don't like to put labels on people, but like, it's usually, liberal people that disagree. I find that you can't really have a discussion with them, because they'll get so emotional about all kinds of different topics that they can't really listen to what you're saying, and you can tell that they can't listen to that. They're not really hearing you because what they seem incapable of communicating your position back to you. Like, for example, I don't need to agree with anybody about anything, but if I'm having a discussion with somebody, I will communicate their position back to them so that they understand, so that they know that I understand where they're coming from and that they are truly understood, whether we're having a political discussion or just like an interpersonal discussion. You know, when you if you're having like an argument with like a girl or a close friend or something like that, I just do that automatically so that people know I'm listening to them, even if I don't agree.
Yeah.
But usually, these people that are so wound up cannot actually communicate my position to me, which means they don't really understand.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't understand, then there's no reason to get upset. And also, why are we even talking about it? Because these people are essentially, for a bunch of people that talk about the importance of empathy, they really seem to lack the empathy required to put themselves into the shoes of another.
Yeah.
And I don't think that that's hard. You don't need to agree with somebody to understand the position. And these people have lost the ability, or maybe they never had it, to have these types of discussions. And like, people somehow have forgotten that agree to disagree is a totally valid position for adults to take about everything.
It used to feel normal to agree to disagree. Now, when I enter a conversation with somebody that doesn't agree with me, I'm always like, fight's about to break out.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know. I don't know the solution. I don't know if it's going to get better. I don't know if it's going to be like this for the foreseeable future. But I really do think that a lot of people are going in the coming years. A lot of people are going to have a major shift in mentality and worldview, and a lot of it, I mean, it really, without sounding like a broken record, it really is the Trump effect. Because the thing is, like, if they go in, expose all this corruption, waste, and everything, and we see where all the money has been going all these generations, like, it's going to shake up a lot of things, and it's going to shake up people's worldviews and mentalities, because people are going to realize that essentially everything that we've been taught from when we were little is basically mostly a lie.
Mm-hmm.
And that's tough to wrap your head around, and it's going to be a challenge for a lot of people. And I know this because I went through it, and I know so I know it's going to be a struggle for a lot of people. And some people are never coming back. Some people are like essentially like unreachable. But for most people, I think they're gonna experience like a significant worldview change. At least for people who are like, I don't know, intellectually curious and like are even trying to like become, to like grow as a person.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. Well, I mean, we're at the point now where people usually call in. Are you okay taking questions from people?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, we've got our first caller here. It's C4. C4, can you hear us?
Yo, 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Yo, what's going on? I missed a bit of I missed about the first 45 minutes. So I don't know if Gootecks, you've already gone over this. I've got two like standard questions. What do you think, if anything, was the biggest fuck up you did in the FTC? And then I was going to ask, what's the greatest thing you did in the FTC that you think only you could have done?
Biggest fuck up. I think the biggest fuck up was probably there was like a period after it was like the period, I think it was like 2019. 2019, like the team was growing and I let somebody into the organization. I let a couple people into the organization that then became a significant part of things falling apart. And like, so I guess like letting these people in the first place was probably the biggest fuck up because it led to essentially the destruction of the organization. Even though that wasn't even the first time. It was like the
Are you talking about a cross counter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's really when things grow, it's challenging to filter out. It can become challenging to filter out the wrong people, because you need all the help that you can get. Yeah, so I would put that as biggest fuck up because it kind of destroyed. Yeah, it really. Yeah, things were not the same afterwards, and it probably would have been okay. But then we kind of went into the pandemic, and then everything changed. So, yeah, that was probably the biggest fuck up. I guess maybe like the biggest win is probably just, I guess I would consider showing everybody how it's done for people who care to pay attention. There's always a discussion. There's an ongoing discussion about how to make fighting games like sustainable, so that you can like essentially dedicate your life to it. And to me, like me and Mike laid the blueprint for how to make things sustainable over a long period of time, because all you have to do is look at everything that we did, like, and then put the pieces together, and you can see quite easily how we were able to make it sustainable, and it's not what it was never reliant on is getting sponsored as a pro player, even though we did do that, but that was just a small time, and also it was never like the primary income source. I mean, I see players, I'm not going to name any names, but I've had extensive discussions with a very well-known top player, and it always comes down to him like struggling to find a sponsor that will basically pay him X amount and then cover the travel expenses and all this stuff. And it's like, dude, because of his position, he's not going to be able, not that he's not going to be able to, but it's a challenge because he's like a controversial guy, even though if you know him, he's a nice guy. It's not even like that. But because he's so focused on that, he essentially like can't see the forest for the trees, and doesn't understand that like in order for this to be sustainable long term, you have to have different sources of different streams of revenue coming in, and that requires like a holistic approach and building all these income sources one at a time, as opposed to being essentially totally reliant on getting sponsored and like Twitch streaming revenue, which personally I find to be the two highest amount of effort for lowest amount of consistent reward. So I guess my greatest FGC contribution is just, if you pay attention, you can see all the different ways that we did to make it sustainable.
Do you think it's still sustainable?
100%. It's more sustainable now than it's ever been. 100%. 100%. And this, and you know why? Is because it is so much easier to monetize content than it was 10 years ago. I mean, when we started the YouTube channel, there was no way to monetize, which is why when we ran into the machinima people and they were like, oh yeah, we can, like, it was the holy grail, because it was not like a small channel was not able to monetize their views back then. This was a long time ago. This was like 2010. Obviously things have come a long way. Now it's very simple. It's like, oh, you get X number of views, X amount of hours of watch time, boom, you're in the you're in the YouTube like creators program or whatever. It's so straightforward now. It wasn't back then. Things like print on demand merchandise is the standard now, as opposed to back in my day, if you wanted to sell t-shirts, you had to buy the t-shirts and then pay for the screen printing, and you had all these upfront costs that would obviously prevent people from getting started. Now you could just upload a design to Printful or Spreadshirt or whatever. There's a million different companies that do this. Upload the design, and there's no upfront costs, and it's just like, oh, people buy it, great. If they don't buy it, hey, you didn't lose like $1,000 making a bunch of shirts that nobody bought. There's
do you know Tom Brady?
Who?
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, the Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. I probably should have a conversation with him about sustainability with the FTC. I think that'd be more interesting.
Oh, does he think it's not sustainable and everybody should just pack it up?
I'm just stirring the pot, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'm stirring the pot a little bit. Mike, someone asked me if I could ask you a question. I don't know if I have to call back or drop.
No, go for it.
I don't know if you mentioned about you and Mike Ross and Excellent Adventures, why that kind of came to an end, or if there's anything that I think you talk about. But I've got a friend who lives in Taiwan who wanted to know.
It came to an end because shortly after Evo 2018, I think it was. No, I don't know. 27, whichever was the one where was it this? Yeah, it was after the second time that it was on, that Street Fighter V was on ESPN, I guess. I think it was after that one. Anyways, Mike basically like had a meltdown and then decided that he no longer wanted to do anything anymore. And that's why we stopped doing the show. Actually, maybe that was the biggest fuck up. The biggest fuck up was me not just like telling people what was going on, but the reason why we didn't do that is because we didn't know if this was just like a very temporary situation with Mike. Me and Steve didn't know. And also we didn't want to do anything that would like make him feel a certain way, or like push him out or whatever. It was not the right choice to not tell people what was going on, but also it was like we were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because we didn't want to do anything to like hurt our friend, but also it was unclear what we should have done, and unfortunately we chose not to do anything, which was clearly the wrong choice. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it was a bit. When I tried to explain to people like what Excellent Adventures did, and it was like an abrupt end, and all I remember is like Mike doing a video, kind of talking about how you can't trust people, and then that was it. And obviously, I can't mind read between you and Mike, so I just assumed that you just got tired or like bored. So that was kind of the assumption that I went with. But thanks for clearing up for me and my mate. Cheers.
Yeah, no problem.
Cool.
Do you have any other
Cheers for letting me
questions,
jump on, Mike. Much appreciated.
No worries, fam. Have a good one.
In a bit. Peace.
All right, Gootecks, we've got David here that wants to ask you a question as well. Let me bring him in. David, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Sweet. Mike, thanks for having me on, and Gootecks, great to meet you.
Hi.
Because you've been early for so like you were so early on active in the FGC, like Justin TV days. I'm curious, when did you start to see the shift culturally to like radical progressivism? Was it always like that, or did you see a shift?
It was definitely not always like this. I would say that the shift also was I don't even really know when it happened, because the other thing is too, I was one of those people. I just am not one of those people anymore, and through everything that happened during COVID is how I became not one of those people. So I don't really know when it started, because I had the fucking woke mind virus too. So I don't know, but I also I don't know. Maybe it was I really don't think it was always this way, because I don't know. I don't know. It was just like a really slow. It's very insidious and like very gradual, and I think it happened over a long period of time, so gradual that it was imperceptible, I guess.
I guess part of it you were in it, but I guess
And I was in it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's really the only question I had. Thank you.
That's all right, man. Cheers, bro. Thanks for jumping on. Okay, and we got Spriggs. Spriggs, can you hear us?
Yeah, y'all hear me right?
Yeah, it's a little muffled, but we can hear you.
Awful? Yeah, way up and this thing is, this is connected to my phone, right? So like, I don't know if the audio got worse or better. I mean, I could try to plug in some Bluetooth, but I don't know if that makes it any better.
Yeah, you might need to. It sounds like you're on the water.
Give me like 1 second.
I'll let him plug it in. In the meantime, Guta, I wanted to ask you, you're a big wrestling fan as well. Whilst we're waiting for him to come back, what are your predictions for the Cody Rock situation?
So, I watched the segment twice. I thought it was great. I guess it's gotten mixed reviews from people online, but my interpretation is that The Rock is trying to get Cody to essentially join the Illuminati without using those words. Because if you listen to what he's saying, there's a point like halfway through the segment where The Rock is like, The Rock says, Cody, like he says something to the effect of like, I can make all your dreams come true. Like your children, your children's children, like all of them will be set if you become my champion. And when he was saying that part, it sounded like somebody had said that to The Rock at some point. And that was probably, before, shortly before Dwayne The Rock Johnson became, a big, huge movie star.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt like it's not as simple as like, oh, like when they did like when The Rock did like corporate rock champion, it's not that simple. It's deeper than that because of The Rock's position IRL as a movie star, and also because it's on Netflix now. So to me, he's trying to recruit Cody into the Illuminati, and and to me it's undeniable because at the end it all leads up to the one most important line of the whole thing, which is where The Rock says, "I want this," and Cody's like, you want my championship belt?" And he's like, "No, I want your soul." It was all leading up to that. And it's like, okay, I don't understand how people don't interpret it that way. But to me, it's like, you can see all kinds of different, usually it's like artists, musicians that talk about like doing a deal with the devil in order to like selling their soul to have success in the music industry. Whether you believe that literally or figuratively, there's many artists that talk about that. Yeah. So to me, that was The Rock presenting that opportunity or the choice to Cody. And so what's going to happen next is either Cody accepts or declines at the Elimination Chamber. If he declines, probably The Rock picks somebody else. I personally think he has to do it. Like, even if it takes a while, eventually they have to join forces. They have to, because if they join forces, if Cody accepts, it basically creates this like long-term heel turn that eventually culminates in The Rock and it eventually culminates in animosity between The Rock and Roman Reigns. Because I think what they're doing is the build-up to next year's WrestleMania. But the reality is, as much as people would have liked that match to happen, there was no reason for that match to happen. But if The Rock essentially brings in Cody and creates like he's kind of creating another faction of the bloodline. And one of the things that he said to Cody was, I've had all these things, but I've never had a brother. And so it's like, if you think of it that way, it's like, wait, what about Roman? I thought, isn't he your brother?
Yeah.
But he says that he's never had a brother. So I think if they join forces, even if at the beginning they're going to be aligned with the bloodline, eventually some bullshit happens that creates the catalyst for The Rock and Roman to actually have a real reason to have a match.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Just shifting back to the FGC, I saw a question come in here asking if you could explain the drama with Damascus. Which
sure.
I'm not aware of at all, but I guess people are very interested to know.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I'll fucking tell this story all day, every day. And then people can decide for themselves. So, not last year, but the Evo before, Damascus was doing they basically had a suite. They were going to run a salty suite, and they had Arturo to handle the stream. And I wasn't like BFFs with Damascus, but I certainly remember spending time with him and some of the other European guys when I was in France, like multiple times. I went out there. I remember Damascus was the guy who told me like who explained the concept of halal meat to me when we were in Cannes for one of the early Street Fighter V tournaments. Anyway, so they're going to do Salty Sweet. Arturo is going to handle the stream. I picked up Arturo from the airport, and he stayed at my place that first night, and we were talking about it. And since he was doing the stream, I was like, oh, cool. Like, I had a new book that I wanted to promote. It was a book about training mode. It was free. It's a free book about training mode that I wanted to promote on the stream because I knew that a lot of people would watch it and I knew that I knew that I could trust Arturo to run my ad, and not have it be like pushed, forgotten about or whatever. So he's like, yeah, just talk to Damascus. And so the next day I drove him over there to the hotel, and then we're up in the suite. And then I talked to him. I'm like, hey, like, I asked Damascus, like, yo, can I run? I have a book that I want to promote. Can I run, an ad on the stream? He's like, yeah, no problem. And so we agreed on a price. And to me, it was like, it was a done deal. Like, I fucking asked the dude if I could run the ad. We agreed on a price. And then it's like, well, what's next? Send the ad to Arturo and then run it. Like, what else was there? Mm-hmm. So anyways, that happens. And then the next day, it was like, so they ran it, and I throughout the day I'd message him like, hey, like, let me know where to send the money, because like we'd already agreed on it, but I didn't get a response. But it was like, he's like, dude, it's Evo. He's one of the commentators. Like, he's probably busy. Like, it's not, just because I didn't get a response, that doesn't mean that the deal was off, because we talked about it in person. We came to an agreement, shook hands, and it's like, okay, cool. Like, the deal is done.
Yeah.
And then I wake up Saturday to this fucking blow up where he's like talking shit and saying that like I went behind his back with with Arturo to like to commandeer the stream and run my own ads on it, which is completely not true, because I talked to him about it the day before, and we agreed, and I was trying to send him money. Yeah. So anyways, like, he blows it up publicly, which I think is not in good form. But yeah, he blew it up publicly. I mean, I did my best to handle everything like an adult. I mean, what else are you supposed to do? Ask the guy whose event it is if you can run an ad on the stream. You agree to it, and then you do it. Like, even after all that, even after all that, I think I'm pretty sure, I have to check. I don't remember if I sent him the money, he sent it back, or I think I sent him the money anyways. He sent it back. It's like, all right, whatever, bro. Like, so yeah, that's what happened. I suspect, I don't know this personally, but I suspect that like he received a lot of backlash from, I don't know, woke FGC retards. I don't know, for like giving crazy Gootecks a platform to promote his free book about training mode. Like, dude, it's a free book about training mode. If you got a problem with that because you have some sort of belief about me, then hey, have fun staying poor, have fun continuing to suck. Like that's that's fine. But I don't think I did anything wrong. I don't think that he did anything wrong by accepting the offer. But I do think it is quite quite cowardly to do it, to handle that in the way that he did. The other thing is too, every time I see that guy now, he walks the other direction. He won't look me in the eye. It's like, dude, if somebody really did me wrong and I saw them in person, I'd be like, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't run. If I felt like I was in the right, why would I run? Like if like we're all adults here. It's like, what? You can't, I did you so wrong. You can't even look me in the eye. Get the fuck out of here. It's ridiculous. Like, and that's how I know what a coward that guy is. Because if he really felt like I did him wrong, then why won't he look me in the eye? We see each other coming in the hallway. He puts his head down and he walks the other way. If you really had a problem with somebody, you'd be like, you would at least be like mean mugging him, because every time I see that guy now, I stare a hole into his soul. Fuck that guy.
When was the last time there was an interaction between you two?
The last time there was an IRL interaction is when I went to the suite and talked to him about it. We shook hands. We came to an agreement, shook hands. And that was the last time there was an IRL interaction. Then there was like the Twitter blow up,
And when was the last time that you were in the same vicinity and he sort of like put his head down or walked away?
It was like the year after.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. And, and that's the other thing. Like, there've been other people that have had whatever internet beefs with me about all kinds of things that have nothing to do with fighting games. And, most of them are still friendly in person and wanted to get a group photo together. I don't think they ever posted those photos. It was their own personal collection. But, like that's kind of like the other thing where it's like, damn, even people that, block me, tell people to unfollow me or whatever, chop it up in person, it's fine, But somehow, with this dude, Damascus in particular, somehow he wants to make me the bad guy when all I was trying to do was promote my book and put money in his pocket for running the ad. It's like, it's so bizarre, but hey, you know what? Like it actions speak louder than words. And if you are a weak man that will cave to whatever, like public social pressure, from who? From woke FGC? From the French FGC? Like what? If you're just gonna cave, I don't know. If you're just gonna cave to like that public pressure, like you didn't know what you were dealing with, bro. You didn't know that Gootecks was a crazy right-wing extremist when you said that you would run his ad. Like, dude, it had nothing to do with any of that. It's a simple, free book about training mode, and it's like he just threw me under the bus, and for what? To what? Make to destroy Gootecks' reputation. Like, dude, nobody cares. Like it didn't, to me, like that had no effect on me aside from making a new mortal enemy.
Do you think it was virtue signaling?
100%. I do think that, because if he truly felt like, I don't even understand how you can. I don't understand how you can like come to an agreement in person the day before and then change your mind and not say anything. In my mind, I'm like, dude, we came to the agreement the day before, and then the next day, like, I can't get a hold of him, but I know because I have been an Evo commentator, like I'm busy at Evo too. Like I'm just like, oh, this guy's busy. I'm not going to worry about it because we already came to an agreement. So I'm just going to try to follow through with my end, send the money, get the ad run. Like where's the issue? We'd come to the agreement in person the day before, but you want a virtue signal for all your, I don't know, for your internet fanboys. We took immediate action and, just fucking blame Gootecks and Arturo. Like, what? It's stupid. It's stupid. Like, it's kind of like what is it? Qiddiya? It's kind of like the Qiddiya gaming thing with Saudi Arabia. It's like, dude, you want to virtue signal so hard and then take the money anyways. It's like, I don't know if he was virtue signaling before, but he was willing to take Gootecks' dirty money, the day before, and then the day after, like, what changed? Nothing changed. It's just people, internet nobodies are mad because there's a free book about training mode from Gootecks that I fucking paid for, that I paid to run the ad for. Like, come on, dude. Fucking grow a pair. And the other thing is too, like, I know he was just virtue signaling because if he really had a fucking problem with me, if we would see each other, then maybe we would resolve it. But no, what does he do? He fucking tucks his tail between his legs and he goes the other way. All right. I'll fucking remember all this shit forever. I will hold a grudge till the day I die. That shit gets me mad, dude. Like the guy earlier that said the super chat was like, hey, like, sorry, no problem, bro, no problem. But with other shit like this, I'm petty as fuck, and I will remember this shit forever.
If Damascus approached you and let's say he heard this and he approached you to apologize for it publicly, not privately, would you accept his apology, or would you say no, too much damage has been done?
I don't know. I would probably be like, all right, yeah, whatever. I'd probably say it's fine. I'm not like, I don't know. I would still, I don't know. I could probably, I don't know. It's one of those things I could probably never let it go. It's so petty. It's so stupid. But at the same time, like, it's so disrespectful to do that to somebody for nothing. For what? For your little fucking, for your little internet points with all the Twitter bots, like, did a bunch of, I don't know, did a bunch of people like come to him, afterwards, and was like, hey, you need to do something about this. And hey, maybe if I got the full story, then maybe I could let it go.
Yeah.
So yeah, Damascus, anytime, any place you want to talk like men, we can talk like men, and I'll probably still be salty afterwards, and I'll probably still fucking hold a grudge forever.
Yeah, I think it's,
which is rare because there's other people that I feel like have done similar things to me that have not been like willing to hold a grudge to the day I die about. But that specifically is so insulting and so disrespectful, way more so than, the things that people would say to me for being, a fucking crazy science denier or whatever the fuck, but it's different when you have a face-to-face chat with somebody, come to an agreement, and then the next day, like, he's like playing the victim, like I somehow took advantage or went behind his back. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Did he drag you on social media about it? Did he speak to people behind the scenes at all? Did it get beyond you two having that, I guess him not playing the ad and saying those things?
Yeah, he just blew it up on Twitter.
But what I mean is, like, after that all happened, do you know if he was talking to people behind the scenes about you, like people more prominent in the scene?
I have no idea. I don't know. And maybe that's the missing, piece of the puzzle, But again, it's also one of those things where it's like, what compromises are you willing to make to your integrity in order to like continue to make it in esports, FGC, whatever the fuck. Like, like this is, it's kind of like what we were talking about earlier about, like compromising your values or changing ourselves in order to like become more sponsorable or marketable or whatever the fuck. Like it can get you into situations like this where, you felt he either felt public pressure or maybe somebody or a group of people came to him afterwards, and, kind of twisted his arm into taking the I mean, I would consider it the low road, to take that path, instead of just standing his ground and being like, no, or sorry, or even like message, I don't know, even saying something like, hey, like, we ran the ad yesterday, we're getting a lot of blowback, so we can't run it anymore, something like that. At least it's handled privately instead of just blowing it up for Twitter clout, like blowing it up for Twitter clout from Twitter bots. Like, okay.
Yeah, so just to be clear, because there's somebody in the chat talking about it, you two had this conversation, and it was only after when he went on Twitter and blew it up that I guess the narrative was changed and he made out like he never agreed.
Yes, we went the day before. There was lots of people in that room.
Yeah, just clearing it up for us, because there's someone in the chat saying, I'm reading this tweet now, and he said no multiple times, but you're saying he changed the whole story.
Yes. Why? Honestly, believe whatever you want. I'm not, dude. I might be crazy. I might be unhinged. I might be a crazy right-wing extremist, but I'm not a liar.
Yeah.
There's no reason. There's no reason for me to lie, and there's no reason to go behind anybody's back when we had the discussion in person.
Yeah. I think it's good to make that clear.
Like, what's more likely, that I've just made up the whole story, I made up the entire interaction, and then went behind his back to run run my ad, or that he got unexpected blowback from running my ad, which again was an ad for a free book about training mode. What's more likely, that I made the whole thing up, or that he got pressured somehow into making me the bad guy?
Yeah, I mean, personally speaking, I've never spoken to Damascus before, but I can't remember who it was. I don't want to say their name just in case I'm getting it wrong, but I've heard something similar before. So
there you go.
I don't know.
I mean,
he's always he's always welcome to call in if he ever saw this and talk about it. But more often than not, what I found when I do these discussions is that people like yourself are happy to come on and just chat. And normally the people that I oppose, or maybe even someone like Damascus, or the other day Clayton was calling out Rooflemonger, and there's just absolute radio silence. So I don't expect anything from it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's always, that's always how it is.
Yeah. Well, Spriggs has come back now, so we'll see if his audio is working. Spriggs, can you hear us?
Oh,
Oh,
no.
oh, dude, come on, man. You had like half an hour. I've tried to put your phone on speaker.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when you join in StreamYard, you can like test the settings.
Yeah. Yeah, his mic got worse. How did you
I
make
don't
it
know how,
worse?
yeah, how did you make it worse, bro?
Is it better?
Yes, yeah, that's better.
Oh, cool. All right, we in the business.
Oh, okay. I don't know what happened there, but he's gone again. All right. Anyway, let me see what the chat was saying because he's just yeeted himself out here. I missed a question that was up here for you. Damn. Whilst I'm looking for that, what would you say like your most fond memory is in the FGC? Like what or moment in time was your favorite?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so many great times, whether it was like going to Canada the first time for Canada Cup, or going to Singapore for the first time, or man, even kind of doing like this like world tour in 2016, doing Red Bull Kumite in France, or like starting with like there was that tournament in Cannes, coincidentally, where I was hanging out with Damascus. You know, like, because I basically went from France to Kuwait and did their event, and then Thailand for Tiger Uppercut, the Philippines for Manila Cup, and then back to France again. Yeah, that was a good one. Maybe, yeah, like interviewing the winners of Evo. I forget if it was 2015 or 2016, but basically the two times that it was on ESPN. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so many good times. There's so many, so many great memories. I mean, who knows? Maybe I don't think it's over. But even if it was, like, I had a blast. I've gotten to meet I've gotten to travel so many places and meet so many incredible people that I never would have gotten to meet otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, it's really just about the people. It's about the friends we made along the way. Like, like, it sounds stupid, but it really is.
Mm.
And it's still, I mean, I guess it still continues to pay off because I still meet people every now and then through my work in the FGC, even if I haven't been doing anything for a while.
Yeah. Is there anyone in the fighting game community or in gaming in general that you wish you had like a better relationship with, or maybe things didn't go down as well as they did?
No. I mean, because it's usually just one of those situations of how do I explain this? It's like, sometimes it's one of those things where like you work with somebody once or even a couple times, and then they find somebody else after that, and it's like, oh well, I don't think anything happened, but all of a sudden I'm like on the outs. But it's like, I don't know. It's also one of those things where it's like, well, I don't really know. I don't think anything happened. But yeah, I mean, I don't really think too much about. I don't think too much about those types of things because, maybe somebody came to me like The Rock and tried to get me to sell my soul, and I was just too dumb to realize it.
Yeah.
Maybe it was one of those things. Maybe. So yeah, no, it's for me. It's all whatever, because I was never reliant on any of those things, and yeah, I was never reliant on any of those things. I think of myself as a player first, and yeah, so I don't worry about any of those things.
No, fair enough. Spriggs has come back. We're gonna try this one more time.
Third time's a charm, baby.
Spriggs, can you hear us?
We got it. It working?
I hope so. I think so.
All right, cool. Oh man, yo, I'm not on these little StreamYard chats like that, man. I'm telling you, it was a struggle a little bit. All right, so I got a few questions now that this conversation has really moved in some ways, though. But I'll just introduce myself. Yeah, I am a former FGC member. Back in 2011, I left the scene around 2018, right? I was a Tekken player mainly, and I dabbled. I played some Guilty Gear, Xrd when it was hot back then. But I left the scene due to what was it? It was around the time Dragon Ball Fighters came out. That day it came out, it was 2018 of January. I went for an eye exam, and I got diagnosed with a retinal disease that left me legally blind. That I didn't know. Right. So I had to figure it out. Pretty much, yeah. My whole, me being an FC, playing games, traveling, all that. I'm from Maryland right now, but yeah, I had to make some changes, and I had to figure it out. And I'll say that, yeah, Ryan, yeah, Gooey over there, he played a part, and me getting into the scene and things like that. So I wanted to give this brother his flowers because he put a lot of people on to the scene. A lot of people, he got a lot of channels started. He got a lot of careers started within the FC we know now. And the fact that people don't come to his face as he was talking about and apologize to him and to really show him the respect, I think that's real messed up, though. For real.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words.
But yeah, man. So yeah. Today, as me present now, I walked away. Obviously, I had to walk away. I had to get my life together. I had to leave the anime avatar behind, as Mike was saying in his old stream. And I had to really figure out what I wanted to do. So I ended up going to figuring I was going to go back to school. And then Then I had to go figure out how to move as a blind person, right? So I went to a blind school, and then I went and got non-visual training and all that, and I really put it together. So I ended up going back to college for psychology, and I just graduated last year, and now I'm on a good path to in life right now.
That's sick, man.
Nice.
Well done.
Yeah, bro, it's a real thing out here. Yeah, I'm going to go work for. I'm going to work for the Peace Corps. That's a foreign affairs federal agency, and I'm about to go work. I'm actually in 2 weeks. I leave out for Armenia, to go work in youth and development. So, I watch. I've been watching Mike's channel, and I've been watching Button Check, and I've been watching technicals just to see, just to peek here and there what's going on with this FGC I left behind. And from what y'all talking about, it ain't much to come back to. To be real. So.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, what you're doing with your life, like, you are leaps and bounds ahead of most people. So, like, shout out to you, man.
Appreciate that. All right, so yeah, I had some questions, right? So for Gooey, right? I wanted to. I was originally going to come here and ask him about VXG. That was a legendary tournament. Rolando and the VH2 had Jessica Negri. I was like, hey yo, he doing something out there, and I was like, that was a move. But yeah, I was going to ask about that, but I kind of. But y'all went into a deeper conversation on just like people being caught up by clout and things like that. So that really gave me, I kind of changed my question to, what was it on in your channel, Mike? You mentioned about the gooners and things like that. You got these brothers out here that really don't know how to talk to women out here and really can't get their social skills together. And yeah, they just jack off to these digital women, stuff like that. That's a real thing because that used to be me back when I was in what was it 7? It's gonna be 7 years back in that day when I was in that bubble, right? That kind of that little liberal bubble, that little space where you being a nice guy and you trying to do things for other people, it's virtual signaling as Gooey was talking about. And once that bubble popped and I got out in the world, to get on the path I'm on, there's a lot these brothers got to do out here. So I wanted to ask Ryan real quick, when you went to these back in the day, when you went to these conventions and you was dealing with these cosplayers and you saw these women out here, how much of these dudes really had the confidence to talk to these women and really actually got boxed for real, like actually got women? I wanted to know.
In my experience, observing different conventions and stuff, a lot of the cosplayers would have big lines of mostly dudes that wanted to meet them and then have that little interaction, but usually most of the girls already have boyfriends.
Yep.
So I guess, I mean, it's fine. I guess it's fine to is it okay if you simp for a cosplayer or an
Let's talk about it. Yeah.
Is that any different than if your favorite band comes to town and is doing a album release party and signing CDs? Is it any different than that? Or for example, meeting your favorite WWE superstar and waiting in line to take a photo with them. Is it any different than that?
I think the difference is,
really.
I get what you're saying. I think the difference is because in those two arenas, right? Because in wrestling, you got the rats, right? I know wrestling a little bit myself, and then in music, you got the groupies, and those rats / groupies, they got laid, and so I'm thinking these guys maybe thinking they can do that, but as you said, they got girlfriends, they got boundaries, unless it's a really good looking guy, right? You see these women break rules out here.
Yeah, I mean, well, the other thing is usually at the conventions specifically, the girls, the boyfriends are there.
Oh, word.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not saying that there's no single, I'm not saying there's no single cosplayers or no single e-girls out there. And I'm not saying that it's totally it's not like a wait. I don't know. It's not like a waste. I mean, really, you should shoot your shot whenever you should shoot your shot, because you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So
yeah, a lot of them. Yeah.
But also,
I remember you made a video back in the day. It was like a Q&A, and you was giving some dating advice for a bit. It was he's like, all right, let me lean in. Why don't you just make the move and lean into the kiss, something like that. This was years back, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that. Yeah. So I watched that, and that was kind of a peek into, I guess, what people call red pill content. Of all right, what is the strategy to really get the women you want, right? In a sense, so you kind of did a little precursor to that, in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's like, as fighting game players, we're always trying. A serious fighting game player is always trying to get better any way that they can, and like dealing with women is no different, because it is a skill set that you can develop. And also, in the same way that some people put out free ebooks about training mode, other people put out free ebooks on like how to get better with women. It's not, and
yeah, some do, but some may be paying for classes, but that's another YouTube space. We'll have a different discussion for that.
You know what? I mean, I charge.
Hey, it's a business though. It's a business. I ain't knocking it. Look.
Yeah, this ain't a charity. Like, what's the difference between somebody charging for like a dating boot camp and somebody paying me to train them to get better at Street Fighter? Like, what's the difference?
Yeah, no difference. I don't see no difference.
I mean, I'll tell you this much. In my opinion, investing in doing something like getting training from like a dating coach, whether it's like a boot camp or some, just doing like fucking like video calls or whatever, I think that's a way more worthwhile investment than than going into debt to go into quote unquote higher education. Get the fuck out of here. Like,
I think the only thing with that,
like what's gonna pay off? What's gonna pay off more, right? If you have the right woman by your side, or you have some fucking useless degree in basket weaving that you went into debt for.
I think the only thing with that though is that like you actually know what you're doing on fighting games, whereas a lot of these dating coaches are just scamming people.
Well,
yeah, that's what I was getting to.
Hey, it's life is a scam. Okay, like the entire everything is a fucking scam. So it's on you to
decipher,
to tune your ability to separate, the good from the bad. And I feel like I'm pretty good at being able to find the best experts on any subject and learn from them. But maybe other people haven't, and like you have to learn how to do these things. Otherwise, because life is a scam, you're gonna keep falling for scam after scam after scam.
Right.
But the reality is, when you really learn how to go deep on a subject and research things and find what is the truth stands the test of time. The truth, it when you hear it. And so, like, you have to get good at learning how to like find. You have to be able to learn how to find the best information for whatever you're trying to do, or anything in life that you're trying to learn more about. And it's usually not, it's usually not going to be the top result on a Google search.
But yeah, man. So, for me, because I had to. That one of the things I want. Yeah, I want to have a woman, get a family. The whole thing. Kind of want that I guess that conservative American dream that was sold to us. That's not really too much of a thing now due to societal changes, as we y'all talking about the hits and all that. The shifts in dating have changed way more. I remember Tom. Go ahead, you talk.
Yeah, I think COVID changed a lot of that, and I think it's different now.
Yeah. So it is what it is. Yeah, because I remember Tom. He was alluding to like, oh, dating is broken. I remember I was watching that thing. So I was like, yeah, it's different. You got it, but it's up to you to really adapt. And as I've just told you, I had to adapt to life and dating. I'm still. Obviously, you gotta. There's a criteria you need to fit to really play that game. And I was just working on that, so I can not get stuck or get what you mentioned, get finessed, get tricked, get scammed. So I've taken my scars on that. So I'm hoping just to make the difference in that for that situation. So that was my first question. Second question I wanted to ask you was you was mentioning about the people that came back to you, after beef during the 2020s during this pandemic, whatever, and that apologized to you, like, hey man, I'm actually on your side. I agree with you. I'm assuming a lot of them haven't really been public with that. Probably a lot of talk behind the scenes on the low. And I know, I'm not sure that I'm sure that doesn't really get to you, but I just wanted to highlight that in that stamp, because as I said in the beginning when I got on here, you did a lot for this scene, my brother. You did a lot. You contributed a lot. You made the collabs. You put a lot of people on. I just think it would be nice if more people gave you that respect. But I hopefully, as the world shifts, as you were saying, that will happen. Right? You can get those flowers, my brother.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, hey, who knows? Anything. We live in a crazy world, and anything is possible, including people apologizing for acting up in a very stressful time. But I'll just be here holding my breath.
Not too long.
I mean, I guess even though like so much has happened, and so many people have this different impression of me, I personally, I think life is a lot simpler now because I deal with way less people. I know that anybody that I'm still friends with, is ride or die, and it's a much lighter load. I think I'm a lot less stressed. I don't worry. I mean, I don't worry about nothing, as opposed to before. It was like, it always felt like, oh, it's like the weight of the world is on my shoulders on everything, and now, I don't care.
That's good you in that space, because just watching you and Mike grow, because y'all both had y'all faces where y'all crashed out, y'all both lost y'all hair. I was like, this is crazy.
I mean, I had to. It was during the first part of the pandemic where it was like, dude, couldn't get a haircut, So then I had to make a choice. I had to either grow it out or shave it off. And it was like, well, I had long hair before I did that. So I just leaned into it. And who knows? Maybe someday it'll come back.
I don't know. I don't know about that, but yeah, you believe that.
Well, enjoy yours while it lasts. Both of you.
Hey, look. I got good genes. I got a lot of running for me to keep this running for a while as I can.
Yeah. Well, must be nice. But I can also tell you, it doesn't really. I don't really think it makes a difference. Like, with girls, I don't really think it matters.
Yeah, bro, it does. I mean, for me, I personally, I like having hair because that's just why I grew up with it, and then I got heritage mixed in with it and things like that. But yeah, as you said, with women though, yeah, bro, as long as you present yourself well, you got the charisma, you got the confidence, exactly. You're doing something in life, you can provide to them those resources that they want so much, you good.
Yeah, exactly. Like women don't care about appearance anywhere near as much as men do, and they don't care as much as we think they do. They just don't.
You drop some gems in there. I hope these people listening.
Yeah,
these some real life lessons out here. They need to really learn this.
Yeah, but obviously, it does help. If you work out.
Yeah, for sure.
You look good. These things don't hurt, but if you're losing your hair and you shave it off, but you have the other attributes, like, it's fine. It doesn't.
Yeah, I think another thing on that, right? Because when people, when they lose something, like for me, right? When I lost my sight and I had to live the life of, walking with a cane and stuff like that, I had to come to grips with there's only so many people that are going to be attracted to you for who you are, right? So in your case, you're talking about the hair. In my case, I was talking about the blondness thing. So like I think the real journey is to see who the women that really rock with you and that really like you for you, and that you don't got to change anything for, right? So that's the real journey.
Yeah. Yes, and that's why it's better to just be the same person all the time, because then it just acts as its own filter to filter out the people that don't resonate with the real you. That's why I try to be the same person all the time. And, maybe it would be different. I don't know, maybe I would certainly have more or different people in my life, probably. But it's like, who cares? Like, what? It's much better to just have a smaller number of real friends than like a huge number of people that are just like, that like you for superficial reasons because you're never really real with them, But, I think, I mean, the other thing is like, girls, like, you can either, they don't necessarily have a good filter for like true authenticity, because they can get scammed very easily by guys.
Yes, they can.
Who
the finesse is crazy. The Instagram stories are plenty of women that have been, that was sold this dream by a guy, got flown over, maybe got kids up, maybe they got kids and they left their kids for this dude, and then this guy was a whole scammer. And now they ass out somewhere in some country, and now they kids, now that as time goes on, right? The kids grow up and then they see this and they're like, damn, my mom, my dad got finesse. It's crazy. So you got to think about the generations ahead of you, right?
Yeah, I mean, the generations ahead, I mean, like I said, life is a scam, and all we can do is try to train ourselves to fall for as few scams as possible. But the other thing is too, even as you start to fall for fewer and fewer scams, because you start to understand reality for what it is, it's fucking dark. It's really, you mentioned red pill content earlier, and it's like, dude, if you really understand female nature, it destroys it can easily destroy your entire worldview.
Very much.
It flips everything on its head in the same way that if you shift from being like liberal to conservative, shifts like your entire perspective, or like shifting your perspective on the scamdemic from it being the world's most deadliest virus that's going to kill us all, to this was largely just a mainstream media propaganda effort. Like these things, it becomes harsh to understand. Like the reality is the more truth you learn, the more you learn about everything, the darker this world gets. So there's kind of no upside to it, aside from, I guess, making peace with reality and falling for fewer scams, because those people that fell for the vaccine scam, some of those people are no longer with us, and it was before COVID. It didn't matter as much to, it didn't matter as much to like find the truth on things, or to like being a quote unquote conspiracy theorist before COVID was like a fun little hobby. But being a conspiracy theorist in the era of COVID was the difference between life and death for some people, because there are many people that took the Fauci ouchie and then died. So for me, like it's more important now because the stakes have been raised. I didn't raise the stakes. I didn't I wasn't the one that unleashed the virus, you know, like none of us, like no single person is responsible for it, right? So like, but if you fell for the scam, you could end up dead or permanently injured. So it was all fun and games before, but you know, because they raised the stakes, you know, and a lot of people fell for it and continue to fall for it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any other
unfortunately, I
questions,
had
Spritz?
yeah. I was like, what did you say, Mike? My fault.
Did you have any other questions for Gootecks?
Nah, I was going to ask you. I didn't want to be in here too long, but I just had a lot of stuff. I just wanted to, just get my piece, just because, it was a trial and error to get on here. It is what it
good,
is.
man.
But nah, man. But yeah, Mike, appreciate you having me on. Appreciate me having a talk with Goo. And yeah, man, I'll see y'all soon.
No worries, bro. Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks, man.
Guy's got quite an inspiring story.
Yeah. Hey, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Our site is important.
Yeah, I think like when he were talking about the whole like dating thing or like girls in the FGC, I've definitely seen a lot of crazy things happen that are like, actually maybe not crazy, but probably behaving in ways that you shouldn't behave in tournaments. From like kind of like crowding around somebody or being a little bit harassy. So I've stopped taking like my sisters to tournaments and my friends. I've completely stopped. I don't really even go anymore. I just go to one a year now. But yeah, it's not been great.
Your sister?
Well, I didn't know when I was younger. I didn't know, and I would have her there at the tournament with me, like for Mortal Kombat or whatever. And I remember one time we went and I noticed something at a Mortal Kombat tournament, and I was like, "That's it, no more." Like it's just really weird. Like she was sitting in the cinema seats, and someone got a bit too close to her hair, and it looked like a sniffing scenario. And I was like, "That's it. I'm gonna end up killing somebody." So keep her at home.
I could see how somebody sniffing your sister would be enough to forbid her from ever setting foot inside a tournament or an FGC event again.
Yeah, she's spoken about it on camera before in a video we did some time ago. But yeah, it's a bit of a. It's not everyone, obviously, but there's one too many.
It's I guess a sign of the times where I don't think it's limited to, I don't think it's an FGC specific thing, I think, or even gaming in general. I think there's a lot of young men that are coming of age in their late teens, early mid, maybe even late 20s now, that kind of have been like raised in a world that was different from the one that I was raised in terms of like, interacting with, with girls. And I think it's been even harder for some of the younger ones that, were, let's say, either in high school or maybe, part of college during the pandemic, because I do think it changed a lot in terms of dating, but also we probably have multiple generations of, I don't know, sometimes I see it on Twitter. I don't know if it's just the algorithm trying to fucking mind control me, but it seems like people are recognizing or realizing that there's like this epidemic of men who have never really like approached a woman IRL. And it's like, okay, well, there's like, if you can, it's easy to blame it on the guys, but also it's important to recognize that like a lot of guys have been kind of propagandized into thinking that women, you know, like don't want to be approached, or they don't want to be talked to, or, you know, and maybe this is why, you know, the rise of OnlyFans and Patreon girls is like such a thing, because they're the only ones that sort of like are outwardly welcoming the interaction, because guys, I think a lot of young guys have been propagandized into thinking that, you know, women don't want that, and maybe some of them don't, you know, but the reality is like, you know, probably most of them do.
Yeah.
Even if they'll say that they don't, but the reality is that the only difference between wanting to be approached and not wanting to be approached is simply your attractiveness level. Like, that's it. There is no scenario in which A-list Hollywood actor approaches any random girl on the street, whether she knows who he is or not. There is no scenario in which that super good-looking dude, there's no situation in which that approach is unwanted.
Speaking of this, I keep on seeing Mike Z's name brought up in the chat. Do you know anything about the Mike Z situation, him having his company taken away because he apparently harassed some girl, even though apparently he was just chatting to her?
I didn't really follow that entire situation, so I don't really know. Like, I don't really know what happened or all of the specifics, but I mean, that kind of sounds like what happened to me. I mean, but I don't really, I'm not like super well versed on exactly what happened, because I wasn't super following it.
Yeah. No, that is, maybe I'll try to reach out to him and see if we can get him to tell his side of the story.
Oh, I'm sure he would love that. I mean, you know, I don't know him super well, but, you know, I mean, he played at Family Fun Arcade like in the Third Strike days, so I know him from back then. I don't know, he was always cool to me, like super smart guy, really strong player. You know, like I said, I don't really know what happened, but it, you know, the woke mind virus is so insidious, and it creeps in such subtle ways. You know, I can see how either there's something about Skullgirls that, I don't know, attracts a certain type of player. Maybe the company was like that too. And, you know, those are very cancel culture friendly type of people, you know, just stereotyping here.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, people do it with Guilty Gear as well.
People what?
That Guilty Gear attracts a certain type, or more specifically Strive, because the Guilty Gear community wants to distance themselves from Strive.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, you know, I think what's going to happen as Trump and Elon continue to do what they're doing, there's going to be a shift, because people are going to be faced with the harsh reality that American tax dollars funded all kinds of weird initiatives that resulted in a lot of the changes that we've seen in our young people. Let's say the Guilty Gear crowd, the Skullgirls crowd. People are going to realize that most of this was not organic.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people are, you know, because it's not one thing. It's just like all of these different factors that have been attacking the minds of, you know, young men and boys for generations.
Yeah. So I think I just got a message for you. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I over here in the UK, it's kind of different. I think a lot of the times what happens to you guys over in the US, people like look at it and then they pick sides and it kind of spills over here, but in like a much less dramatic fashion. Whenever I'm watching what's going on in America, it always just feels like I'm watching Netflix and we're waiting to see what's going to happen next.
I mean, it definitely looked like the season finale of America.
It feels like that in the FGC.
Sorry, it looked
well.
it looked like the series finale of America
Yeah.
for a moment there. But now, boom, new season, dude, new episodes. Oh my God, what a fucking what an arc! This it's crazy. It's crazy, and it's stupid because, you know, like, why do I feel more optimistic now, you know, like than I did like 3 months ago? You know, it's just crazy how fast things have turned around. For me, I mean, it seems like turn around in a good way, but you know, for a lot of people, they're having the exact opposite effect, which is crazy because I'm like, dude, I can't even remember the last time I felt optimistic about the world or the country or whatever. This is crazy. It's literally unprecedented. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, I've talked to older people and they say, I'm like, have you ever seen anything like this? And they're like, no, this is crazy. This is nothing like this has ever happened before, you know. But, you know, some people are going to fight everything tooth and nail, and some people are going to talk about how, you know, there's no government waste, there's no fraud and abuse to look into. Like, okay, all right, you know, whatever you say, but this shit is happening.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to watch. It's very different over here. I can't speak openly. The UK laws are a bit different, so you need to really be careful how you talk. Which I've told people on the channel before. If it's a situation going on in the UK, you kind of have to be careful how you speak because you might end up in jail, and I would rather not.
I mean, that's how they get you. You know.
Yeah.
This is you know, this is why. I don't know. This is why ultimately you could never. This is why you should never give up your guns. Just never give up your guns, and always preserve free speech. That's it. You know, and it sucks. It sucks because, but you know, who knows? Maybe it causes a domino effect because if America can like turn it around, that has like, you know, that has an effect on other countries. You know, or hey, you know, maybe it's just enough people just have to speak up and get sent to jail. They can't fit us all in there. You know.
Yeah, our jails actually, people are like, they don't have room for people anymore. I don't know if you heard, but they were releasing people, and I was like, who are you releasing? Like, how bad are the criminals that you're letting back into the streets? So we don't even really have a police presence in my area. There's no real police around here.
Yeah, that's why they were doing the same thing over here, like during COVID. Like, oh well, I guess we just need to like release these criminals from prison. Because otherwise they're locked in there and they're all going to die of COVID. So we'll just put them back in the outside world. And you're crazy if you think there's a problem with that.
Yeah,
you know, it's like, I don't know. That's how they get you. But you know, at least in America, like this is why we have the Second Amendment. That's why we have the First and the Second Amendment. And the Second Amendment is to protect the First Amendment. And it's like, you know, you can only rely on yourself to protect yourself and your family, especially when they are releasing criminals onto the streets.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a scary time in the UK right now. Again, I need to be careful how I word this, but it's not great. I'll just put it that way. Watching what's going on in America, even though like people don't agree and whatever, it's good to see that conversation seems to be a little bit more open, or much more open actually. Over here, it's it's not like that. Even like saying that it's not like that, I have to be careful how I say it, just in case, because I don't know if you've seen the videos online, but people get knocks on the door over memes.
Yeah, that I've seen. The other thing is too, I remember, God, I remember during peak COVID, there was this lady in Australia that was like organizing a protest and then got like a knock on her door, and then they took her away from her baby and whatnot, and they made this big huge example of it, and then it turned out later like that whole thing was a fucking psyop. So, I'm not saying that it's not happening over there, because I haven't really been paying attention. All I'm saying is lots of times they will make examples of people or either completely set up the entire bogus story specifically to like make people scared of speaking out. But there's, even if it happens to a couple people, I don't think it's very widespread. So I guess what I'm saying is like, you can't let them intimidate you into changing your behavior on something like that just because you saw what appears to be a real person, getting a knock on the door or punished or whatever. Like, until you know somebody personally, or like a friend of a friend or something, like, oh, did you hear about Johnny? Like, Johnny got a fucking, they came to his door for this meme was fucking fire though. Like, until that happens, like, I wouldn't really believe it, because I don't think, I don't know, I guess you have to really look at the laws and see like, oh, is that even really like legal what they're doing, or are they just trying to like bend or break the law to scare people? Because when a regime is losing control of the narrative, they'll do shit like that. Like, if they were really in control, they wouldn't need to. If they were really in control, they wouldn't be trying to stifle like free speech and free memes. They wouldn't. They're only doing that because like their position of control is threatened.
All right. Well, I guess I feel like I've covered everything that I wanted to, of you, unless there's anything else that you want to bring up at all whilst we're on stream.
What was there?
Any pressing issues that maybe you haven't spoken about?
Okay, I guess maybe just to circle back or finish up the PogChamp story, like,
yeah,
after they came to me and wanted to use it for realsies, for the cheer mode program, the lawyers got together and came up with a deal that worked for everybody, and we were officially business partners because they were licensing our intellectual property on their site. So everything was all fine and good for maybe even a couple of years. And then, through COVID, obviously I ruffled a lot of feathers, because what ends up happening is you don't see the world differently on one thing, you see the world differently on everything. So it started with COVID, and then it kept going into the 2020 election, which is ultimately what January 6th was about. People can try to spin it however they want, but the only reason why anybody was there is because of all the obvious mountain of evidence that proved that the 2020 election was stolen. And we can debate all day about whether, about that, but that is why January 6th even existed in the first place. And so after years of working together as business partners, us and Twitch, it was fine. They were licensing our intellectual property. And so then on January 6th, shortly after I made a very controversial tweet that was a question and you can dig it up on my Twitter, or you can search Gootecks PogChamp emote, and I'm sure some of these mainstream media propaganda pieces embedded the tweet itself, and it's still there. And why is it still there? It's because I still stand by what I said. And I just asked the question, a very simple question, which is, will there be civil unrest for the lady who was shot in the Capitol? ? It's a question, it's a question.
Yeah.
And within 3 hours of posting that tweet, my Twitch makes this very public announcement, kind of in the same way that Damascus did, where they just posted made this big public statement on Twitter, as opposed to like hitting me up directly. I mean, we're business partners. There was nothing in our agreement that said anything about what Ryan, could publicly say or not say. Like, I'm not stupid. Like, if there was something in the agreement that said, hey, like, you can't talk about these types of things or whatever, I would obviously honor that agreement or not make the agreement in the first place, So it was quite telling that within 3 hours of making this tweet, Twitch makes this public statement saying that they're removing the PogChamp emote. And, like, did I get an email, a phone call, a text message at any point about anything? Because I know it wasn't just that. It had to have been, that was just the straw that broke the camel's back, where they just, couldn't deal with it anymore. But at the same time, like a little courtesy, a phone call, an email. Mm-hmm. Hey, like, can we talk? Is everything okay? Hey, like, the things you're saying online right now, we're getting you're making us uncomfortable, like anything. And we could have, I'm sure maybe we could have come to some sort of agreement, resolution, whatever. Who knows? But they didn't do that. Mm-hmm. They pulled a Damascus and posted a knee-jerk reaction online, and ended a multi-year mutually beneficial business agreement. And for what? Like, of the however many millions of people used that emote over the years, how many of them knew who it was, and how many of the, like, not very many. Like, mm-hmm. You could have easily used the PogChamp emote for years, never even thought about who that guy was, much less do the research to find me and then follow me on Twitter and then associate things that I say with the usage of the emote, which is completely fucking retarded, because there was only one time that I ever mentioned the PogChamp emote on my Twitter, and you could fact check me all day. Like, the only time I ever posted about it was when I made a video announcing its inclusion in the Cheer Mode's launch of the program, because that was part of our agreement. Other than that, and I never mentioned it. I never posted about it. It was not in the bio. Never made it my profile photo or anything. Mm-hmm. And compare that to other people with, like, those types of emotes. Did Gootecks milk the PogChamp emote for all it was worth, in the same way that most of these other people try to, like, gain internet clout with their stupid little emote? No. The answer is no. Yeah. I never did any of that. And so to make the leap from let's say controversial statements that the face of the emote made on Twitter, which was not even on Twitch. It was not even on Twitch. It was on Twitter. From controversial statements that the face of the emote makes on Twitter to removing the emote and essentially punishing all the people that used and enjoyed the use of the emote throughout the years, millions and millions, hundreds of millions of times.
Mm-hmm.
Punish those people for something that I said, not even on the platform, is astoundingly retarded.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, you know what? We expect nothing less from these types of woke hive mind people, you know, the Damascuses of the world, and the people who either internally at Twitch made that decision or were pressured externally, you know, into making that decision. Who knows? All I know is I'm seeing a correlation. there's shared behaviors in these types of people that choose knee-jerk public reactions versus trying to resolve things, you know, between adults behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think the way Twitch handled that was pretty disgraceful, in my opinion. I've got a super chat here for you and 2 more people that called in to speech. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
The super chat is from Blah, and thank you for the $10. They said, "Is your name based off of Gootecks from Dragon Ball Z?"
No, absolutely not. And I've never seen Dragon Ball.
Personally offended.
Yeah.
Well, where is your name? What is your name based off?
I'm old, bro. It was given to me in like 3rd grade, 3rd or 4th grade. Yeah, just play off my last name, and I don't know, just stuck. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's stuck. But yeah, no, it's not. And I don't know, people. Yeah, people. It's off that people get that confused, or they think it's like from Dragon Ball. Yeah, no, it's not.
The Dragon Ball thing, yeah. Do you watch anime at all?
I used to be an anime hater. I used to hate on it, and then I accidentally got into Afro Samurai,
Okay.
and then I could no longer be an anime hater. And so I've watched a few, but my anime experience is very limited.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not a hater. I don't hate on it. But also it's like, I don't know. Maybe if I feel like the only way I could probably get into it is if it was like a girl that got me into it. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things. Because it's like, dude, I don't watch streams, I don't watch tournaments, I don't watch like fighting game, like I don't watch any of that stuff, because I only got so many hours in the week to just watch stuff, and those hours are currently, and have been for a while, just completely allocated to pro wrestling.
Okay. I can respect that.
Pro wrestling is my anime, bro. Like I don't know.
That's what my friends used to say. They used to say to me, because they weren't really into it. They'd go, "Wrestling is basically," this was their words, not mine. They would say, "Oh, wrestling is basically redneck anime," and I'd always be like, "I kind of get what you mean."
Yeah. I mean, yeah, in a lot of ways it is, and I fucking and I'm here for it. I love it. You know.
Yeah.
Well,
let me ask you a wrestling question then.
Okay.
Are you more of a WWE guy, or are you more of an AEW guy?
I'm a WWE fan. It's like I've watched AEW over the years, but I'm kind of just like it always leaves something to be desired, because I feel like there's not a lot of wrestlers in AEW that like get me excited, you know, because dude, if it's not Kenny Omega or MJF, it's like, or you know, in the past like CM Punk, even Cody to an extent, yeah, like dude, with AEW, if it was not Kenny Omega, MJF, Cody, or CM Punk, it's like, dude, or okay, and Timeless Tony Storm.
I was gonna say that. Yeah, she deserves her flowers.
I love Tony Storm. I think that is the most brilliant gimmick, maybe ever. It's just, she's so good. It's incredible. At some point, she's gonna make her way back to WWE, and hopefully she brings Timeless Tony Storm with her. That is, oh my god, it is so entertaining. She is incredible. She's so talented. She's a fucking genius.
Yeah.
And it's tough, man, because like I feel like it should be better, but you know, it's kind of hard, because it's like the roster is so big, but also they had 3 shows, and somehow like it's still not enough to have something that I want to like follow all the time.
I think they're bad at telling stories, and I think they don't understand how to preserve people's work. Like they use like moves that kill people like they're nothing, and then no sell them, and they just continuously do it. And I'm like, slow down, man. Like, relax.
It's true. No, I mean, it's true. And then, you know, you see the contrast in WWE, specifically with Kevin Owens and the most dangerous banned move in WWE, the pile driver.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, he did 1 pile driver to Randy Orton, and then Randy Orton was out for fucking 3 months or whatever. Yeah. Meanwhile, in AEW, they fucking no-sell the pile driver, they'll do all these other crazy spots, and then the motherfucker just gets back up or kicks out at 1. It's just, it's too, I don't know, it's too much. Plus, also, like, I really, dude, that it's kind of like the Will Ospreay style. I feel like is a little too much. I've like, there's a limit where stuff looks too choreographed.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, I can only suspend my disbelief so much.
I completely agree.
And it's also kind of silly too. Like, I also notice with AEW, there's not a lot. They don't do a lot of like instant replays, which seems like a huge oversight, especially for, I mean, they're not like a local indie promotion or anything. Like, they have the money, but where are all the instant replays? You do all these crazy spots, like, you know, because in WWE, it's like they're hitting that instant replay button for everything.
Yeah.
You know, but it's like, oh man, like in AEW, damn, you missed it that first time. Well, never gonna see that ever again. Unless
I could sit here and talk to you about wrestling all day, because I think AEW is going downhill. I think, you know, they've lost Cody, they lost CM Punk, they lost
Cody
Jade Cargill.
Leaving, oh my, yeah, Cody leaving was the beginning of things taking a turn for the worse, and it must, God, anybody over there, it must drive them crazy to see what happened with Cody and CM Punk right after leaving. You know, it must, oh my God, it would kill me. Man, if I was Tony Khan, I would be, oh my God, I'd be so mad. He
seems very silly to me, like how he's handled things. He lost William Regal, he lost Ricky Starks. It just seems to be one after the other. At some point, MJF will be gone, Tony Storm will be gone, if they have any sense.
Yeah, and it's like, why? Like, how could you let CM Punk leave? How could you let Cody leave? Mm-hmm. Even though, like, obviously Cody grew after leaving WWE the first time, and then, you know, eventually getting to AEW, and he grew a lot. But now he's the guy that beat Roman Reigns. How did you let the guy that ended up beating Roman Reigns leave?
Yeah, it's crazy.
How did you let CM Punk leave. It was the biggest fucking deal to bring CM Punk out of retirement obscurity, and then you just let him leave. How did you let him leave? How did you let those guys leave? It's crazy, bro. Like I can't even imagine what it must feel like to be somebody over there and then let those guys go and then just walk into WWE and just print money.
Yeah.
It must. Oh my god, it must suck. Oh,
It has to suck. What made me laugh more? I'll make this the final point just because I know the callers are waiting. But what made me laugh more is when CM Punk walked, and then AEW spent the better half of the show talking about a man that is now in WWE. I was like, what are these idiots doing?
And then for them to actually play the security camera footage, which just proved that CM Punk was telling the truth.
Yeah.
And then they took that and then tried to build up what's his name? Jungle Boy. They tried to build up Jungle Boy and then like turn that into like try to make like the Young Bucks like ultra heels with like doing their like tag team like top rope pile driver thing to Tony Khan. Then now, because at the beginning Tony Khan was like, no, I'm never gonna get involved, and then now what happens? He fucking gets involved in this stupid ass angle. Then he's like rolling up to like the NFL, his NFL responsibilities with the neck brace because he's fucking trying to keep kayfabe alive. And what happens? They just fucking make fun of him.
Yeah. Tony Khan is too easy to make fun of.
Like, come on, dude. Like, what a stupid fucking idea. And then, you listen, I listen to Jim Cornette podcast and he just fucking rips in the new one. It's like, who is this for?
Yeah.
Like, you're not, like, it's great to have the way that it started, like, hey, this is like a real alternative to WWE, like it was cool. But they've just lost their way, and the amount of talent that has just walked out the door is just so crazy.
Yeah,
but it's good that it exists because it does make everybody better.
Yeah,
like
100%.
Like before AEW came along, WWE was probably at its like lowest point.
It was hard to watch.
Yeah, it was. And then AEW shows up, and now everybody's got to step it up.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I could speak about it. So there's so many things I want to bring up, but I'm not going to keep these guys waiting too much longer. I'll bring in I think it's Raiko first. So these will be the last two callers. Raiko, can you hear us?
Hello. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Excellent. First, I want to say it's an honor to actually meet or be in this call with you, Gootecks. Also, it's good to see you again, Mike.
Good to see you, bro.
Thank you.
So actually, I have a question because you had mentioned a lot about friends and stuff in the FGC. How many friends, like throughout your time in the FGC, do you still talk to or keep up with that are you're actually cool with? And when I say friends, I mean people that if something happened, you could call them up and they'd have your back.
2, 3.
Oof, that is a low number.
It's a short list, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's a small handful, but the thing is, we don't. It's kind of like I had my perspective on FGC people changed once because an old Third Strike player named Kai basically changed the way that I thought about it. He said, dude, do not look at these people, and this was like a long time ago. This was like either in Third Strike or Street Fighter 4 era. He's like, do not look at these people as your friends. These people are not your friends. Treat them as your colleagues. You are in essentially a work environment, and yeah, like some people that you work with, you end up becoming friends with. But the reality is, most of the people that you work with, they're just work colleagues. So treat them that way, and you're far less likely to be surprised or disappointed by their behavior. So I think of everybody as a colleague until proven otherwise.
Yeah, because that's something that I've been actually learning lately. Like when you realize, because some people that I thought were friends, and this is something that I've had to learn because I'm not the most socially adept, sadly. But I've been learning is that, oh, so you're only here for this specific thing, or when you get this thing out of me and then you're gone.
Yeah, I mean I think that's something that we learn over time as we progress in life, because typically, like as men, as we get older, will be in more high paying or more prominent positions, and with that sometimes comes like status, and with that people, you just become somebody that people are asking favors of, or asking you to do things for them, and like you'll find that it was a transactional relationship, because once you're either not in that position or start to say no to their requests, they just go away. You don't hear from them anymore. But the reality is, some people are in our lives. What's the saying? Some people are in our lives for a season, a reason, or a lifetime.
Right.
So most people are in it for a season or a reason. So act accordingly.
Do you think that with the way the world is changing, do you think this will be a more permanent change?
I think it's going to
forward?
be. I think it's going to be. We're seeing the shift. We're seeing the pendulums start to swing the other way. I don't see, like, if we have 4 years of this, it's not going back the other way in 2028. That's just not going to happen. Because they're not. It's just going to be proven. Like, people are just going to accept. Okay, well, like, things are better now. Like, we're basically all better off, as a country, financially, economically, socially, whatever. So, like, even when things start to shift back the other direction, to me, that's going to be like 10, 20 years from now. It's because it's going to take a whole cycle. Like, we went so far in this other direction, and we're there for so long that now to swing things the other way, it's going to be the inverse, and it's going to be a long time. And maybe for some people that's like the worst news ever, and for other people it's the best news ever, and for most people it's neither. It's just somewhere in between, so I think it's gonna be like this for a while, but it's gonna get better and better and better and better.
Yeah, I hope so. But I am very interested to see what happens come 2028. It's not like the forefront of my mind, but I'm just thinking, because like you said, if it does keep going, how far are they going to push it, or before they start getting that pushback? Because I know a lot of people. I have friends and family that are on the other side, and they're just saying, "Oh, hey, well, we just got to survive and get, guys like, hit the Orange Man out of office and all that stuff, and everything will be fine.
Yeah,
Like-
it's really not that simple, because it's not that simple because I guess, like, the Democrat machine doesn't have like they are, I mean, not to get too political here, but I mean, it just seems pretty obvious that the machine is built specifically for those in control to maintain power and control at all costs. This is why years ago it really should have been Bernie Sanders that got the nomination, and then what happened? They flipped the script, and they didn't
handed it to Hillary.
Yeah, they gave it to Hillary, and I remember back then I liked Bernie Sanders, and the support that he was getting was not too dissimilar from the support that Trump was getting in terms of the sheer number of people that were showing up to his rallies and events. So to me, like, he was the one that clearly had public support. So isn't the democratic thing to do to abide by the will of the people? And so that, because they basically they took it away from him, gave it to Hillary, she lost, and then what happened? Did they put Bernie back up there? No, because it's not about, because for them it's about maintaining control. And I personally it seems pretty obvious that they've lost it. They lost it because what they put up to, quote unquote, beat Trump in 2020 was Biden, was this career politician with, that was cognitively, mentally on the decline. They ran that guy, and he won from his basement. And then what did they do afterwards? Who did they run again? Trump beat Hillary, Biden, and who did they send up? Kamala Harris? This was the best you could do? This is not a real candidate. It's not. There's plenty of people on the left that would have been far better to run, and far better candidates. And we could, whether they would won or lost, who knows? But they would have been better candidates. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, like, all these Democrats are evil people or they're all bad. No, like, objectively, there is no way that Kamala Harris was the best candidate, the most qualified candidate, and certainly not the candidate with the highest chance of winning. There's no way. But they did it anyways. Why? Because of their need to maintain power and control, because she would have been a puppet that, people behind the scenes, control. And that's why they lost, because she was not real. Trump obviously, had the support. All you had to do was look at any of the photos from any of his rallies over the 4 years, because basically, like, he took a little bit of time after leaving office off, and then hit the campaign trail and just went and busted his ass and did everything. Never have I ever seen any person bust their ass to get any job ever. I've never seen that. But he did it.
Yeah, that's something I have to respect. Like, whether you like him or not, you gotta respect hustle.
Exactly. Name any other president that did half of the things that he did on the campaign trail. Love him or hate him, you cannot deny he wanted it more than anybody you have ever seen ever try to get that job. But it's hard. It's hard for people to admit that maybe the bad orange man did really, like, put in the work, and maybe it's putting in the work that we should at least respect. But a lot of these people, remember, they don't respect the work because they have been coddled and conditioned into expecting to be gifted positions or jobs or handouts or whatever, because the world is a meritocracy. And that's one of the things that I used to love about the fighting games, about the fighting game community. Fighting games are a meritocracy because whoever is the best objectively is the one with the most value. And that's how life is. But so many people have been propagandized into believing that they are entitled to this or entitled to that without doing the fucking work. You would not respect well, here's the thing. You don't need to respect a top player that doesn't spend any time working on their combos and setups in training mode, because they would not be a top player.
Right.
So maybe that's why these people cannot at least acknowledge the bad orange man's work ethic and the hustle to do all of these things, like them or not, in order to win the popular vote and win by a lot.
Right. I think he was like one of the first Republicans that won, but both the electoral and the popular vote. So
yeah, it doesn't happen too often. And they won all the swing states. And then, of course, people on the other side would be like, oh, well, they must have cheated. They clearly cheated the election. And, Captain Brainchip used his Starlink satellites to hack the election. And it's like, great. Hey, you know what? You should investigate. But don't start with 2024. Start with 2020. Start investigating election integrity in 2020. And then, then you can get to 2024. Start there.
But I like your comment earlier, because that actually had me. Y'all had me laughing when you said that life is a scam. I'm sorry, I was cracking up. But I guess it makes sense, because I guess the way the world is, when you say, because with you saying it's a meritocracy and all that stuff, is like, you gotta hustle. Sometimes that means you may have to do some dubious things to get to where you are sometimes. But yeah.
Maybe. Well, here's the other thing. The world, this place does not reward. Like, you don't really. You don't necessarily win in this world by being nice or kind or anything. And at the same time, you don't necessarily lose in this world by being unethical or sleazy or whatever. The truth is, there are no rules here. You could just do stuff, and there's no there's no like black and white rules when it comes to success, because people find success in all kinds of different ways. But being unethical is not a requirement, and being ethical and nice and kind is also not a requirement. You could do it anyway. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of this scam we call life. You can get to the top in all different kinds of ways.
Rocco, did you have any other questions?
Yeah, one more, and then I'll let you go. I'm sorry. I know you said you had someone else, so I apologize for running.
That's all
right. Do you think that? Okay, when the jab and stuff came out and stuff, how was that with your family? Because for me, a lot of my family just kind of turned on me when they realized that I wouldn't take the jab, or that I wouldn't vote a certain way, even though they told me to. I said, nah, but a lot of them kind of just rejected me.
I'm very blessed that, I guess with my family, which is kind of small, it was not a make or break issue. I remember fighting with my dad a lot about COVID, in the first year or so. even though my dad, you know, it's like my dad thinks the CIA killed Kennedy and that 9/11 was an inside job, you know, but I still had to fight with him a lot about COVID at the beginning. And then finally, I don't know, I guess I just won, and then we saw eye to eye, and then it was fine. And so when the vaccine came along, luckily, he, there was no fight about it, and you know, so there was also no fight with my mom about it. So they both didn't get it, even though that they're getting up there. All their friends got it. Many of their friends have experienced major health issues after getting it. And I just kind of like lightly, remind them in a fun way that, hey, your only son was good for something, because I kept them from getting that, and well, with the rest of my family, like, yeah, I think both my uncles got it. But it's not something that we fight about, even if we disagree. I mean, I've had plenty of long conversations with my uncle, who is he's a self-described democratic socialist, but we can have long, intense discussions about all kinds of things, and then afterwards we hug, say goodbye, and that's it. There's no
Animosity.
There's no animosity, and also my family's just not big enough to be like excommunicating people for things like that, because I'm lucky to be raised in a family where even from when I was a little kid, like, we would sit at the dinner table and we'd have long discussions about things, but it was never like, oh, like, fuck you, we're like, never, you're out of the family. Like,
right.
It's never, like, it's not supposed to be that way. But so many people just got all wound up during the pandemic and started cutting people off. But I can tell you, like, dude, my uncle is like the left-leaning person one of the leftist left-leaning persons I know, and he wasn't cutting me and my dad out. So what's that say? Like, that says that, like, you can have differing opinions with people, family, friends, people that are close to you, and not have those types of beliefs or discussions like end relationships. That's silly. Life is too short. And then you have to ask yourself, well, I mean, it's supposed to be like crazy right-wing extremists that are like, oh, super racist and want to like put everybody in camps. But then it's like, why is it them that try to like cut us off?
Right.
Like, I don't cut people out because they, whatever, they're like liberal or they're fucking 10 boosters deep. I don't cut people off because of that.
As a matter of fact, to your point, I do notice that a lot of the people that I've interacted that are more right-leaning, right-leaning, they tend to be more open, or at least accepting of people of differing opinions.
100%.
But a lot of my left-leaning friends, colleagues, whoever, I always hear in a lot of the groups that I hang out with, or friend groups that I'm in, they always talk about cutting off their racist, quote-unquote, racist uncle, racist aunt, or their grandparents is just too bigoted.
Yeah, 100%. It's crazy. And this is the real irony of leftism, which is to preach about inclusivity and accepting everybody and everything, except for the people that you don't agree with. And it's just so It's so crazy because if you were really, this is the problem with like FGC and like banning people from tournaments for this, for for this reason or that reason. It's all stupid because these are the people that preach about inclusivity, except when it's somebody that you don't like that said something that you don't like, and this is it's really it's a problem that stems from not having arcades anymore, because the reality is that like in an arcade world you are not able to just tell somebody that they can't come.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's
Public
not a
area.
thing. Yeah, like who are you going to cry to? You think the arcade owner gives a shit about what some dude said on Twitter that you're mad about? No.
Nope, they're all
He don't give a
customers.
shit. Hey, you know what? Your quarter, sir, your quarter is good here. He don't give a shit. And so because we've gotten away from that, people, mostly tournament organizers and virtue signalers, they get they're small people that get in a little position of power, and then they start to think that they run everything. And it's like, dude, it's a fucking video game tournament. Shut the fuck up with this. Just give it a rest, because that's not it's just it is very discriminatory. And of course the irony is that these people preach all day about their inclusivity, but it's not real inclusivity. It's fake inclusivity, because if you don't agree with them, then all of a sudden you're public enemy number one.
And it really doesn't matter what your skin tone, sexuality is, or what what umbrella you fall under. If you're not in their group think, they don't want you.
Right, exactly. And it's now with there was a video that Technicals put out last week about there's like a discrimination lawsuit that this guy, I guess he's like a Zionist Jew that was allegedly discriminated against by these tournaments that like banned him or whatever. And now it's $1 million lawsuit. And if this actually goes to court, I personally think this is going to be a landmark case. I kind of think that it'll get settled out of court. I personally hope it doesn't. I hope it goes to court, and it becomes a landmark case, because it is. So hopefully the people involved are not inclined to settle, and hopefully they are inclined to take this thing all the way and essentially put people on notice that you cannot, if you're running an event, you cannot just discriminate against people for sharing different views. Like you can't. That's not okay. Because at what point does it stop? Like, oh, next step is sorry, you can't go to it's a slippery slope between from us not allowing people to come to tournaments that have different beliefs to a social credit score. Like, oh, sorry, you can't come to the Dodger game because your credit score is dipped too low because of this controversial meme that you posted on Twitter last week. Like, is that the world that people want to live in? Because I don't. Fuck that. And this is where we as individuals have to take matters into our own hands by creating parallel economies, parallel communities, parallel events, tournaments, whatever, because we do not have to participate in any of their systems. We do not. This is all voluntary. This is the biggest scam. We talk about life as a scam. The biggest scam is thinking that you need to participate in their monetary system, their social system, their economic system, any of that. It's all a fucking scam. And how do you know this is true? Or maybe what?
Or maybe it's maybe less of a scam, but more of an illusion. It's like, because we've grown up in these systems and because we've been around these people, that's all we think we can have.
Well, yeah. I mean, this this is why like people think slavery ended when Abraham Lincoln freed the slave. Wrong. No, we are all free range slaves. Okay. It just looks, feels, and sounds different, but we're just free range slaves.
I mean,
So-
if you own a house, you're technically a slave. Because I mean, the government could actually come in and deal with your property as they see fit. If you own a
Exactly.
car, a police officer could pull up and say, "Hey, we're going to take your car."
Exactly. Like,
So
if
I see
you
what you're
think you
saying.
own your house, try not paying property taxes for a while and then see what happens. Like, we do not, we don't own anything. We are free range slaves. We have been born into this system, into essentially unbonded slavery, right? Like, we're free to go wherever, right? Kind of. But we're born into the system, and what do? They continue to print and print and print more money. You work all day, every fucking day, 50 hours a week to put food on the table for yourself and your family, and you work hard for that paper. And what do? They add another zero and press a button.
Which devalues what you have, so it's almost like you didn't really do that much.
Exactly. And because people are completely oblivious to how the monetary system works in this country or any country with a central bank, they don't understand that so many of their problems are simply because of the debasement of the currency. Because when the Federal Reserve says our target is 2% inflation per year, that means that they want your money to have 2% less buying power this year compared to last year. And then that compounds over and over and over. And it doesn't seem like a lot, but it is. And so over time, you can really trace back so many of our issues, socially as a society, to the difficulty in making a comfortable living as one person. Because you used to, there was a time in our grandparents' lifetime where one person of the household could have a job that supported the wife, the 2 kids, the house, and the car. And that was essentially the American dream. Now, in these days, that's basically impossible. Everybody, the husband, the wife, all has multiple jobs. Everybody is just struggling to, make enough money to put food on the table. And yet,
sometimes not even that. Sometimes just to keep the lights on.
Exactly.
Roof over the head.
Exactly. And it wasn't always this way. It's just happened so slowly, and people essentially are distracted and propagandized by all this mainstream media bullshit, worrying about nonsense like climate change instead of worrying about why it is the dollar has less purchasing power today than it did yesterday. It's so it's honestly, it's just kind of sad. But this is why it's so unfortunate, because of everything that's happened. Because I'm some crazy conspiracy theorist, then obviously everything I say is wrong or shouldn't be listened to or believed. But fact check me. Am I wrong? Am I wrong about the money printing? Am I wrong about the Federal Reserve? No, I'm 100% right. And this is why, some people choose to opt out of the system and, try to not use their systems as much as possible. If you don't use their systems, you'll be fine. This is why we have Bitcoin. This is why we have Monero. This is, this is a thing. And people will try to make all kinds of excuses for why, crypto's a scam and this and that, but the reality is that just shows how ignorant they are, because all you have to do is watch a fucking 10-minute video about why Bitcoin works and why the Federal Reserve is, consistently enslaving us.
you could argue that really the stock market as we know it is more of a scam, because a lot of the people at the top, they're betting against, you know, the ignorant people or the smaller companies to like fail or do certain things and they get more money.
Well, yeah.
So
Raiko,
I
I
mean-
have to cap it
Oh,
there because
yeah,
the other
no
guy's
problem.
still waiting.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. I
He's still-
apologize.
No, it's okay. I enjoyed the conversation, but I don't want to keep. He's been there for quite some time.
Yes, sir. You guys have a great one. It's an honor to be here and have this discussion. It's great picking your brain.
Thanks, bro.
You guys have a good one, and hopefully I'll see y'all on another stream or another time.
No worries, bro. Take care. All right, bro. We got the last caller for you, veteran Spartan. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. How about me? Am I on or?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. Thanks. Yeah, what's up, man? God, there's so much to unpack listening to you guys, especially when my bill from the IRS is probably more this year than what most people make in an annual salary. So
Yeah.
don't get me started there right now.
Yeah.
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 But no, it's crazy just with the climate of the FGC. I wanted to know at what point did you think you saw this stuff shift? Because like here I'm 39 and I enlisted into the Navy back in 2008 and I was involved in the FGC before then because I was, you know, still in my early 20s and, you know, was doing stuff even in my teenage years. I grew up when arcades were still a thing. But then I enlist, I serve, I get out, I'm doing my thing, getting my life together, you know, making a future for myself. Then I'm like, let me get back into this FGC thing. And then I'm going to these events and I'm like, okay, everybody's wearing a dress. What the fuck happened? Like, oh, I'm sorry, I called you a guy instead of ma'am. Like, what happened? And being told not to go there, and like, it sucks, you know. But like, yeah, I'm like trying to put like, when did this happen and how did this happen? Because the guys I know back when I first started were like, they wouldn't have been doing this, and then they all kind of joined the hive mind.
I mean, I think it kind of comes back to the sort of the death of arcade culture, and then the switch to basically the death of arcade culture and the switch to console, and then now I think more than one generation, but maybe we have 1 to 2 generations of people who basically never played in the arcade and also have been raised in this era of wanting to like demasculinize men and feminize men.
Don't get me started on that. And I got teenagers.
Yeah, it's tough because there's no one thing. It's like all of these things combined, because it just seems like so much of, as we're finding out as the Bad Orange Man and Captain Brain Chip go through and expose all of the where all of our tax dollars have been going over the years. We're going to find more and more initiatives were set up specifically to propagandize young men, and it's essentially been a multi-generational psychological war on the American people as a whole. And so we've seen that manifest over the past 10 years, specifically in fighting games, because it attracts, obviously, like the number of people that play games is, huge, but it attracts people who are serious enough to get good at fighting games. I mean, that's like a certain type of person. And it used to be somebody who would go to the arcade and play with everybody that was there. And then it became something that you were kind of like,
I'm going to take your quarters.
Otaku. Oh, what?
I'm going to take your quarters today. Come on, step up to the machine.
Right. It went from that to, let's say dudes who sit at home, watch anime, and have dedicated their lives to getting good at Guilty Gear or whatever. And it's like, that's a totally different type of person, in my opinion, as we're starting to see. And, you know, like, again, it's not one thing, but when you add everything up together, the psychological warfare, the propaganda, the food, the vaccines, the God, what's the chemical? The chemical in the water that Alex Jones, it's turning the freaking frogs gay. You know what I mean? Like it's all these things combined.
Which
you
was
know?
true, by the way.
Of course it was true. Of course it was true. Like, and that's the part that people, you know, like, I'm not saying I know it all, but I've certainly spent enough time, thanks to the pandemic. I spent a lot of fucking time doing the research on everything. And that's why I think I have like a much broader view on why all these things are happening. That just sounds like fucking crazy talk to somebody who has never heard these things before and is just dialed into the mainstream media propaganda and, you know, stuck in the algorithm, in the echo chamber that the algorithm creates on social media. You know, but this is where we're at. And I think a lot of people are gonna figure it out over these next couple years. It's gonna be basically impossible to deny.
I don't know, man. I mean, like the last major I went to last year, and it's now like turned me off from going. They were trying to have me thrown out because I literally wouldn't use the person's pronouns when they sat down and asked to play with me. I'm like, I'm not calling you that. You have a beard. You're not a girl. like it's not happening, dude. All right. Like I'll play with you. I don't care. I don't care what you like. You can play some Street Fighter. Cool. And next thing I know, I got TOs coming up to me. Yeah, we're having a problem with you. You need to leave. And I'm like, I actually had to like get into arguing with them about it, and had to flex my tax income bracket. Like you make me leave here, we're gonna end up in a court situation, and I don't think you want that. And I promise you, I can afford it. So, like,
Yeah.
do you really want to go here? Like, I'll go there. And you know, they backed off after that, and I finished the weekend. But it's crazy. Like, I went to Evo back in 22, and I was wearing a Let's Go Brandon hat, and yet these same people who like are like people were smacking my hat off my head. Like, how dare you wear that here?
That, sir, that is battery. And
Oh, I'm well aware of that.
yeah, you know, it sets a very dangerous precedent when people start to act up like that. But hey, you know,
Well, that's the thing. They come at you like in a mob, and like you're the like you're now the minority at these things.
I know. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I can see. I mean, I can see why people don't want to go to events. I can see why people don't want to take their sisters anymore. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I don't know. I don't have the solution, but it's possible that an alternative FGC is growing, and this is, you know, this is why we need to build parallel communities, parallel societies, parallel economies, because we do not have to participate in their system. We don't. It's all
I don't.
voluntary.
And then the other irony too is like I've even also had people walk up to me and they're like, "Man, everybody's thinking it, but you said it." And I'm like, "Well, of course I said it, because I don't give a shit, dude. Like this." You know?
Yeah, and that's what we need, and that's why men, specifically young men, have been the target of this propaganda war, because in order to overtake a society, you know, like, it's the young men that are going to be the ones to physically stand up and fight. That is the job of the young men in any country.
You had the guy on here earlier. You're talking about like he can't talk to the anime girls and stuff like that, and like that's part of it too. Like they're teaching young men like you can't stand up, you don't say nothing, be quiet, shut your mouth, fall in line.
Yes. And whether it's the chemicals turning the freaking frogs gay, or the psychological warfare of the propaganda, or the GMO, like the GMO food and whatever additives they put in there, combine it with 5 doses of the Fauci ouchie, and of course you got a bunch of fucking soy boys that are essentially unwilling to to stand up and be men. And it's not really their fault, because it's been a multi-generational attack to demoralize young men. And
it's conditioning for sure. And again, being a veteran, I'm well aware of getting conditioned in a mindset, but I definitely noticed it last year. I took the family snowboarding, and I have a 15-year-old boy, and we're sitting on the ski lift, and I'm like, yo, he's like, what's up? I'm like, there's some cute little snow bunnies out here, man. Why aren't you out here talking to these girls? Like, they're everywhere.
Oh my God. What did
when I was your age, I'd be like I probably wouldn't even have my pants on. And he's like, nah, bro, I can't do that. And I'm like, what do you mean you can't do? He's like, you just can't do that. And I'm like, looking at him, like my jaw dropped. I'm like, why? Why can you can't? I was like, you can't walk up to a cute girl and be like, hey, mama, how you doing? He goes, no, you can't do that. I was like, yes, you can. And we got off the ski lift. I went up to the first chick and I was like, hey, mama, how you doing? And she was like, oh, hi. And I'm like, it's that easy, man. Like, what are they telling you why you can't do this? Look, that's how you do it. Done. Like,
what did he say?
Huh? His mind was like blown. He couldn't believe that just happened. He was like, I can't believe you. Like, you can't do that. That's all he's like, you just can't. I'm like, I did. And like, this is where you're being sold like a bad bag of goods, like, who's telling you can't? So I don't know.
I mean, these next 4 to 10 years, I think, people are going to have their worldviews massively disrupted and changed, probably for the better, because they'll start to live more in reality and, basically come out of this propaganda spell that, has been debilitating people and, crippling them socially. Because the reality is, these poor guys, I feel bad. I really do feel bad for them. But the truth is, like, girls are not going to approach you. Like, for 99% of us, no, girls aren't coming up to us.
Tell that when I pull up in the car that I drive, but that's a whole different scenario in itself.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain ways to get attention like that, but even still, like, that's not something that all of us have access to. I mean,
no, absolutely not.
None of us would be here. So, like, how many generations of humans have existed on this planet would not exist if men did not go up to women and approach them. You are literally falling for the psyop and essentially accepting the end of your bloodline by believing that you cannot go and talk to a girl. So it's essentially evolution taking care of itself. Congratulations, you removed yourself from the gene pool. And hey, you know what? Keep on doing it, because it makes it easier and better for the rest of us that have the balls to go up and talk to a real woman that we don't know.
Just give them the Crocodile Dundee check. You give them the grab to make sure, You seen that movie? He's like, that's not a Sheila. He grabbed her and one. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, yeah. Hopefully, I think it's going to be one of those problems that ends up taking care of itself. Because they're chemically castrating themselves anyway.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
I don't know.
Kind of a self-solving problem.
One guy who was in here 2 guys ago, bro, get a passport, go overseas. You'll find plenty of women who think you're the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah. Well, whatever you do,
that's-
just don't bring them back over here.
Well, no, I mean they're pretty good wife material. I have a friend. He can't meet a girl over here. Successful, good looking. I'm like, dude, just get a passport. Go get a wife overseas.
Yeah,
Done.
for sure. Just don't bring them back here, or you're stuck. You know, or then what happens? Then they fall into the same problems that the women you're trying to get away from have.
Just don't let her watch The View. Problem solved.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. No, honey, what did I tell you? Not watch the shit.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, it sucks because it's like, but I don't want to go to these events anymore. And it sucks because I love the competitive side of it so much, and I'm ultra competitive. And I mean, I'm aging out of it, you know, for sure. But like, it's like, man, what happened? This isn't the FGC I grew up with.
Yeah, me neither. So you're not alone, and I don't have the solution.
Yeah, I wish I knew what it was either.
Yeah.
Did you have any other questions, bro?
No, outside being he'd probably get a kick out of the fact, being a wrestling fan, that my sister is actually very close friends with the Bella twins. I've gotten to meet and hang out with quite a few of the wrestlers because of that.
Damn.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was actually supposed to go to John Cena's wedding when he was engaged to Nicole.
Oh,
I still have the invitation, but then they split shortly after that.
Damn.
Wow. You
Feel free to DM me. I got all the
love
inside
to see a
dirt on
photo of
everything.
that.
Yeah, I got. It's funny hearing you talk about what's going on in the shows, and I was like, man, I've sat down and like had lunch with these people. Like, it's the reality versus the TV.
Yeah, I mean, I one of my, I don't know if you guys know her, but she wrestles on NXT. But she's one of the managers now. Her name's Stevie Turner. Don't know if she's one of the wrestlers on NXT. She's one of my best friends, and she's in the WWE, and her boyfriend is Kit Wilson in Pretty Deadly. So when they were over here,
one? Is he the blonde one? Or
the brunette?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So when they were last time I saw them, we went to Nando's. We sat in there. He's a really really nice guy, and she's killing it in NXT. So it's pretty. I refereed one of her matches a long time ago.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was good fun.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I've enjoyed your content there, Mike. So keep putting it out there. It entertains me while I'm at work for sure, because I don't have much else to do, and I'm not worried about Elon coming through making sure what my job is. So.
No, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, bro. Take care.
Hey, you too, guys. Thank you.
Later.
All right, bro. I think we about covered everything. I'm definitely gonna message you and talk to you about wrestling though in the lead up to WrestleMania.
Yeah, hit me
definitely
up.
gotta have that chat. The last thing that I want to say to you is, actually no, there was a super chat that came in just before. Castle Kingside donated $10 and he said, "Flat Earth or round?"
It's fucking flat, you guys. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's flat. It's even if it's not flat, it's 100% not round. It's not round. You could. Where's the curve? Show me the curve. It's not round. It's fucking flat. You can go up. There's video after video after video. There's video after video where they send up, like a balloon or something, and you could see how fucking flat it is. So either it's flat or the Earth is actually like exponentially bigger than what we're told. You see, like it would look flat if the world was so big that you actually couldn't see the curve because of how fucking big it was. So instead of Earth being like this, Earth is like this. That's the only way. So to me, no, it's that it's flat. It's fucking flat.
There you go, guys. You got your answer.
Do the research. Do the research. You could try to prove the curve, and you will it leads you to one place. It's flat. There's no curve. Show me the curve. There isn't one.
I got another question just coming for you as well. Ninjando, thank you for the $5. Gootecks, do you think it was the clot shot that took out Flo?
I don't think it was the clot shot. I
Bit of a
think
crazy
the clot
question
shot
to ask.
was a contributing factor. Yeah, I do. 100% I do. Would that have happened if he was not morbidly obese? Maybe, maybe not. But did it help his chances of survival being morbidly obese? Absolutely not. So I think it was a contributing factor. Is that something that shows up on the autopsy? I doubt it. Is that something that, like, I don't know, his friends or family would want to hear? Probably not. But that's what I think. Every time anytime somebody in our age range dies in a way that isn't, like a car accident or something, if you are not thinking to yourself, was this person vaxxed up? I think you're missing, I think you're missing a contributing factor in many, many, many deaths and many heart issues. And this is why, mainstream medicine or doctors or whatever is just another fucking scam, because they'll point the finger at everything aside from the experimental mRNA gene therapy that you willingly injected probably multiple times. Well, it can't possibly be that because we know this was safe and effective. Okay. All right. Keep dying. You see all these, how many athletes died on the field, after the vaccine, like how many people died, how many athletes died on the field before 2021? Like, dude, it was not it was not something that happened all the time. And then all of a sudden you see the chart just boom, take off. Oh, what could it be? Doctors are baffled. Scientists can't figure it out. And yet, plenty of us have figured it out because it's not that complicated. And it's all going to come out. It's all like, dude, every day, a new layer of the of the COVID scam becomes unraveled. It's just whether or not, people pay attention and, put the pieces together and then finally accept that they got. They did, And so, yeah, I think lots of people's, I can think of a number of top players who've had health conditions post-pandemic, and it's very obvious to me what it is.
Well, there you have it, guys. Gootecks, there's one thing I want to leave you with just before we go.
Sure.
This is a request from me, wrestling fan to wrestling fan.
Okay, all right.
Please give Dragon Ball a charged. Just get 20 minutes a day, allocate 20 minutes a day, watch one episode.
A day from now for the rest of your life.
You'll get there eventually, you'll thank me for it. Trust me. Just don't even start at Dragon Ball because it's more comedy slice of life for some time. But start at Dragon Ball Z. Just trust me.
Okay.
You'll enjoy it.
All right, maybe. Do I watch it dubbed or subtitled?
No, watch it subtitled. The dub is good, but sub is better. You get more of the authentic character because they change them when they dub it.
Okay. Noted.
And then we'll check back in a year and see how you've gone on. Well, I really, really appreciate you coming on, dude. It was an honor and a privilege to sit and talk to you.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Like I said,
it was a lot of fun.
You were like very instrumental in a lot of us here in the UK like really getting into Street Fighter 4. So like, I really appreciate you for that and everything that you did in the FGC. And hopefully there's more of you to come.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. It was a lot of fun to talk about all this stuff and chat with the people about it, about my crazy, extreme ideologies. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
No, I think people enjoyed it, but we'll definitely talk soon, definitely about WrestleMania.
All right, sounds good.
All right, bro. Take care of yourself.
All right, Mike. Thank you. All right, see you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye. Alright, guys, so that was Gootecks. Hopefully he watches Dragon Ball Z. I'll be checking in 365 days. But thanks, guys, for rocking with the stream this entire time. Really appreciate all the super chats that came in. I really enjoyed listening to that, you know. I really enjoy listening to other people's perspectives and what they have to say on certain things. So tomorrow we'll have Tom Brady and Fighting GM. Tom Brady and Fighting GM will be here. And then Wednesday we're going to have a big Tekken stream. It's going to be myself, King J, Blackheart, possibly Finty and the John. And then I'm going to see if Chad the Third is available. We're going to be talking about the Tekken Talk, which is tonight, I think. Or well, that's going to be on Wednesday. So we're going to leave it a day for everyone to get their thoughts and feelings in order. We're going to be talking about Tekken Talk. We're going to be talking about this whole Kuma situation, and we're going to want the community's input from that. So we'll have you guys on to talk with the panel. And we're going to be talking about Spaghetti Rip's comments on Twitter that he got some backlash for. People were saying that he was shilling for Bandai Namco. So we're going to discuss that and discuss the tweet. And then anything else that comes up. Fish and chips are better than burgers and fries. I don't know about that. I'm more of a burgers and fries kind of guy. I do prefer, if I have to be honest with you though, ever since I went to Japan, my diet consists of, well, ordering from Japanese and Korean places now, to be honest with you. Skip Tekken straight to Kumas, bro. What does Kumas mean again? I can't keep up. Are Kumas the same as Gunas? And yeah, the podcast, they go whichever way. They're not like, obviously it's a fighting game channel, but these are, I'm having the people on here, you know, they have their personalities outside of fighting games. So they're gonna, you know, discuss things as, you know, that relate to their personality. So sometimes it will deviate from that. I think people would have known that having Gootecks on, you know, he talks about politics and whatnot. So, which I'm fine to happen, you know, it's good to know the person. We will talk about fighting games. We understand the fighting games. It's fun, but it's good to enjoy and listen to the person or what they believe, whether you agree or disagree with them, which is why I just let people talk. I will advertise if it's going to be an argument ahead of time. I'll let you guys know this is not going to be an interview. This is going to be an argument, which, you know, I'm sure that's why so many people tuned in to watch me and Fate, because you already knew what the deal was. But yeah, the people I have on here, it's not always to push back on their beliefs or anything like that. It's to just listen to them and hear what they have to say on their end. And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed talking to Gootecks. It was fun. If you get an interview with Mike Z, please bring along technicals. Yeah, of course. Of course. I just spoke to technicals the other day very briefly. But yeah, I'm sure he'd be happy to do that. I'll reach out to Mike Z. I don't know if he's on any social media. I don't know if he even knows who I am. But yeah, I'll reach out to Mike Z and see if we can get him on. Is there anybody else you guys want me to get on? Because you asked for Clayton last time. You asked for Gootecks. I think Mike Cross might be out of the question, I'll be honest with you. He seems like I don't even want to disrespect him and waste his time. I don't think Mike would want to sit here and talk about fighting games and his history. I could try. I don't think he would. Filipino champ, yeah, I can reach out to them. I'll put Mike Z at the top of my list. LTG, probably not. He probably won't want to speak to me after the videos that I've made on him. Which I didn't insult him. I just talked about his rage quitting, so don't know why he dislikes me. Main Man, yeah, I could try and get Main Man on. I'm not entirely sure what I'd talk to Main Man about though. Like, I feel like I need to get people on where the conversation is going to be interesting for you guys as well. Mike Z, there's something very interesting to talk about there. As much as I respect what Main Man has done, and he's one of the reasons that I got so invested in tech and YouTube, I don't know how long we could keep a conversation going on for. I've definitely got to get Ernesto on here. There's so many things I want to talk to Ernesto about, but I know he's very busy. He's got a bunch of kids, bunch of responsibilities. He is in my Dragon Ball video though, and he has a very cool part in it, which is coming out in 5 days, so look forward to that. Maximilian, I don't know. Maximilian seems kind of out of reach. Let's be honest. His YouTube channel is so gigantic. I can't even imagine how many requests he gets. The problem is with some of these streamers and content creators that there's nowhere to reach out to them. Luckily for me, I was already following Gootecks. I'd spoken to him a few times before. I don't think he knew who I was. And then he watched my stream last time with Mike Watson. And hey, Alexis, showed up to the stream, 5 hours late? So yeah, I could message. I've spoken to Infiltration as well. He doesn't want to come on, not because he dislikes me. I get on with Infiltration. We're all good. He's always very polite to me. I know he watches the streams. He always messages me afterwards saying good stream, but he doesn't want to come on and discuss the same things over and over again that he feels like he's been over, because he feels like nobody's listening to him. He feels like he talks about it and he just gets insulted constantly. And he might think that he'll come on here and I might grill him, which obviously I'm not going to do. I just want to hear what he has to say. But at the same time, I don't think he wants to talk about it anymore. Joker, I don't know what I would talk to Joker about, to be honest with you. There's nothing to talk about. Was Mike arguing with someone? No, I wasn't arguing with anyone. I was talking to Gootecks. It was a fun conversation. He's a big wrestling fan like me, so that's something for us to talk about. Chris G. Yeah, I'd actually like to talk to Chris G, actually. I think there's a couple of things I'd like to ask him. You thought Tom Brady would have taken that stance originally, like Infiltration? No, Tom Brady reached out to me. Tom Brady reached out to me and he said to me, he really likes my videos, he really liked what I was doing, and he'd love to have a conversation. And I said to him, of course, and then now Tom's actually my friend. I talk to him almost every day now. Rio, is he on social media anymore? I don't know. He kind of disappeared. Jaha. Okay, so I've heard Jaha's name come up 100 times. I don't know who Jaha is. No disrespect on Jaha. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you guys. Maybe I'm not tuned in. I'm not plugged in, or maybe I know them by face, but I don't recognize the name Jaha. Spaghetti Rip. Yeah, I would have Rip on here actually as well. I would have Rip on here. There's a couple of things I'd like to ask him. Rico Suave. I don't know if Rico Suave is around anymore. Jaha is FGC OG. Yeah, I feel like if I saw him, I'd probably know who he is. Ellen DeGeneres. Do you know what? Actually, there is somebody that's not from the FGC that's going to come on here eventually. She's done a lot of work in exposing pedophiles in very high-profile cases. So we spoke on Twitter. Her name's Emma, and she's going to come on here at some point. So that will be very interesting because she's taken an interest in the FGC, and I'm like, you're going to find a lot of shit in here. You're going to be here for a long time. Eris, I would love to have Eris on here. Purely because he's one of the funniest content creators I've ever seen. I'd probably end up laughing for most of it. Viscan. I'd have Viscan on here. I think that would be good. Imagine we got Viscan and LTG on here. Lily Pichu. I recently started following Lily Pichu. I think I quite enjoy her content. It's quite good. I've got to interview a conspiracy theorist next. I'll talk to anyone, man. Like, I don't mind. I know some people don't like it when I speak to certain people, but it is what it is. I think it's good to have conversations with everyone. Margin Obama and Giuna. Not sure. The thing is that there has to be a topic to go off. There was something to talk about here with Gootecks. You know, he's got such a long history in the FGC. It's not that these people are not interesting or anything. It's just that I don't really know where the conversation would go, and it has to be something interesting for everybody want to watch. Get the 2015 Persona 4 Scene Champion on here. I don't even know who that is. I have no clue who that is. But there are a couple of people that are not related to the FGC that I'm supposed to have on here. I've been trying to set something up with Mighty Keith for ages, but time zones just don't. It just seems to clash constantly. So that's one that I'd like to do at some point. I did go on New Blackstreet. I did their podcast, and that was so much fun. So I'd probably have those guys on here to do something similar on this channel, because that was a ton of fun. Like, I had so much fun doing that podcast. We ended up talking about all sorts of shit. Would I interview Dr. Disrespect? Of course I would interview Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, he's done shit recently I don't agree with. But I grew up watching Dr. Disrespect, so I'd have a lot of questions for him. I don't think he'd answer them though, because the questions that some of the questions I'd like to answer, I'd like him to answer, I don't think he'd be allowed to. Shout out to James MK on the chat, the on Blast show. If you do Mighty Keith, I'd enjoy if you could get crumbs and mediate the convo. You mean Grums? I would like to. I know Mighty Keith and Grums have gone back and forth. I think that would be interesting. I don't think I've spoken to Grums before directly. I've been in the same vicinity as him during a conversation, I think. But he knows Hypnotic and all those guys, and I know them, so there's contact there. Because even though me and Hypnotic butted heads initially, I don't actually dislike Hypnotic, and I've mingled with his co-host, apart from Ryan. I don't like Ryan. But the rest of them, I like them. I think they're all cool guys. Ninja Killer. I messaged Ninja Killer the other day because we follow each other on Twitter to ask him a question on behalf of somebody else who couldn't get in contact with him, and he didn't respond. He hasn't even seen the message, so I'm assuming his DMs must be flooded. So I'm not gonna message someone twice. If he hasn't seen that message that I sent to him on behalf of somebody else, there's no point in sending him another one. No, it's not him being sassy. He's just got like, sometimes I open up my Discord and I'm like, holy shit, I don't even know where to begin. And then you got other things to do. He's got work to do and stuff. So I don't think he's ignoring me or anything like that. He's sassy. I don't care. Those things they don't bother me. It's fine. Alex Vaya. Yeah, Alex Vaya would be another really cool one to have on here. Obviously, he's an OG. I've got to make sure I write all of these down. I'm trying to work through the ones that people request the most. It seems like Mike Z is the most requested. So he's the one that I'm going to try and get in contact with next. Ninja seems low-key. Actually, no, Ninja Killer's got a good relationship with Lou Streets. So I could probably get Lou and Ninja Killer on at the same time. What about an interview of Emery Reigns? Do you know what, yeah? I saw Emery Reigns release a music video the other day. And I didn't know he could sing. I had no clue. So, I don't know anything about Emery Reigns outside of, I know he's a DOA player. I watch his stuff for information on Virtua Fighter and DOA, so I really like his content in terms of that. But outside of that, I just thought he was like a commentator, and then he obviously does like his stuntman work and that. I didn't know he could sing, so I saw that there was a song release, and I was like, okay. And I went in there completely negative. I was like, this is gonna be funny, dude. I play that song in the gym now. It was a good song. I was listening to it. I was like, damn, this is actually sick. So yeah. I'll talk to Emery. I don't know, don't know what yet, but I think he seems like an interesting personality enough that I think it would be a good stream. Mr. Wizard. I mean, do we? You want to hear his side of the story? Do we want the nitty gritty details of what was going on? I don't know if anybody wants to see that or hear that, to be honest with you. That would be I'm not sure that would be a good idea. Six Arakin. Six Arakin's come to my streams a couple of times and he's always been nice. He's even donated to the stream. But I don't have a personal beef with him. Can I trust him to be on camera and not do something insane and get my channel in trouble? I don't know. I don't know. Six. I can't repeat that on stream, but I'll put it on the screen. Momo Dog and Napalm to talk about their bans, but that's time sensitive. That's time sensitive. I probably won't care as much the longer it takes. I think it's probably similar to Big Nose. That Big Nose situation. I know a lot of people were messaging me saying, "Drop the names, Mike. Drop the names." The only reason I did not drop the OnlyFans model's name in there, or I didn't even give up all the information that I have. What I spoke about in that video about Big Nose was a mere fraction. And I had some people reach out to me saying, "Who told you? Who told you?" Loads of people told me, and I won't give up any of the names of the people that told me out of respect for those people. And of course, I'm not going to give up my sources. I know that's cringy to say, but they are essentially my sources. I'm not going to give up their names, and people will never guess. Whoever people think it is, it's not them. Trust me, it's definitely not them. These are faceless people. They're like the people in Game of Thrones. What are they called? You know, when they take the faces off, you'll never catch them. Why did they ban Momo Dog? I don't know why they banned Momo Dog, and I don't know why they banned Napalm. I have no idea. But I'm fairly certain I know why they banned Big Nose. If I wanted to divulge the names, I could. If I'm the one that saw the information myself, if I saw it myself, then I would, because I'm like, people have a right to know how these tournament organizers are operating. But because people came forward, and I have the trust of a lot of people in the scene, even people that don't necessarily agree with me, they've spoken to me about things that I would never repeat ever. Even though we don't see eye to eye, they'll message me about things and say, "Don't say anything about this," and I won't. Now, obviously, if I say these things on camera, can I make some ad revenue out of it? Of course. Some of the things I've been told are absolutely fucking insane. I'll say that. Some of the things I've been told are insane. But I won't say anything. But I feel like I'm harboring everyone's secrets. But yeah, I don't know why Momo Dog did. I don't know why Napalm got banned. I have no idea. It might be for the same reason as Big Nose. It might not. But that information will come out eventually. But it ain't going to come from me. But it will get out, because unfortunately people yap too much. But yeah, I'll try and get Mike Z on for you guys. I'll chat to him. But outside of that, guys, I want to say thank you for donating as much as you do. It really does make a difference. There's been some stuff going on in my personal life recently that is not good. So you guys showing up to the stream and supporting it in the way you do is really, really appreciated. And yeah, we're just going to keep them going. You guys seem to like them. I really enjoy doing them. So I'll be back tomorrow at 8 o'clock with Fighting GM and Tom Brady. And then Wednesday, we will do the Tekken Talk. And then Thursday, I can't say who's going to come on yet because we haven't confirmed yet. And then Friday, I'm not too sure yet either. But I'll see you guys when I see you. Make sure you all stay safe out there because the world's a little bit crazy right now. And peace out.